Ready? Before we call this meeting to order, if you guys will join me in prayer, we'll do that, and then we'll get started. So, Lord, just thank you for this day that we have this opportunity here to be together. Lord, just guide our directions, guide our decisions. Lord, just help us to do things to the best of our abilities for the best of the county. Lord, just bless each one and provide safety and travel. In your son's name, amen. Okay, so I guess we'll go ahead and call this meeting officially to order, and auditor is up first.
Do we want to talk about the raises first?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. Sorry about that, Heather, I forgot. We need to discuss how we want to do the raises. They did put in, under our guidance, a 4% raise. With Ben talking to us, he did a 2.8% on the personnel services. The COLA rate for 2026 is 2.7%. So we need to discuss what raise we want to institute. And then also, part of the departments, they added a straight 4% raise on top of everything, including the tiers. Part of them did not. They took the 2020, their basic rate for 2025 and took the 4% and then added in the tiers. So that's the way we're going to have to look at each one. So the amount that's in here, if they had a tier, it includes it. So that will not be what's on here, even if we decide a 2.7 or whatever rate we're going. So
there's the 2 point or 4 on top of the tier.
yeah, but not all of them did that. So we're going to have to go back to the base salary, times the whatever rate, and then add the tier in. So
what did we pass last year?
That's what we passed last year, that's the way we would figure it.
Yeah.
No, what was it?
4%.
4%
Yes.
prior year?
6%.
I think 6% maybe the prior year.
Yeah, with a bunch of adjustments.
Right.
Right, yeah.
And
Several departments
also,
with big adjustments, but
Right.
6, then 4.
yes, and I think back whenever we first started talking about, when we had a wage and salary committee, and we started talking about doing things, at one point, I believe this is right, that we had said we would try, if at all possible, to at least do the COLA rate each year.
Right.
So,
I think it
any
looks like
questions
we're
or
at this
comments?
Well, back to the conversation we were having earlier about whether we increase lift. I mean, we're talking about fiscal year 26. So, I don't know, if we're leaning heavy that direction, then I could see us doing something like 4%. If we're not going to do that, then we need to lean back towards this COLA.
Well, my concern, Randall, with doing the 4%, and I know everybody wants a raise, is that if we don't get money coming in the next year, we can't, I would hate to give them a 4% raise like this year and then say next year, well, we can't give you anything.
Yeah.
I think that would look worse than if we just do what we can do this year. And I know one time they got like $250 or something, and I think everybody was just mad about that because it was just like, so I would,
If we do
my preference would be just to give them the COLA
the minimum would be
and hope for the best for the future.
the future's looking grim.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good. Unless the legislature decides that they've messed up and make some changes.
Right, unless they tweak things like they said. They passed it and then they said, well, we've got 2 years, we can tweak things, so.
Yeah.
Not if they're running smooth.
Okay, well, I would entertain a motion on what you think, somebody wants to make a motion on what they think we should do as a raise
I make a motion for COLA,
Okay, so Brian.
2.7
A
for 2026.
motion for COLA rate of 2.7 for 2026.
I'll second that.
Karen seconded.
Are we gonna discuss it anymore? Anybody got anything else they wanna add?
I kind of agree with Randall, but...
I'm afraid that next year, whenever we're having to really sharpen the pencils,
Yeah.
that if we do 4%, we're really gonna be, we're screwing ourselves for next year.
But we've
Yeah, for the
taken
27.
raises for the last,
Yeah, 6 and 4, that's 10% in 2 years.
I mean, it's up for vote, whatever vote's not gonna hurt my feelings either way, that's my opinion.
I just find it difficult that, you know, if we go out and say we're gonna raise lit for 2026, that is a cry that we've got to have more income, we've got to have more money. But at the same time, then we're telling them that we can't afford anything but COLA.
Well,
I think-
we got other expenses though that have to come out of that.
Yeah, I think the 4% probably is a little too high, maybe? You don't think so, Brent?
I don't. We're at the point where we've got our workers staying here now. And this extra 4%, I think we'll only add to that. Versus the downside of it, you know, our EMT sheriffs aren't jumping, now we're not gonna compete with the state police at 90,000, that's just...
Not even with the 4%.
That's unheard of from the state to do anything like that, but I think we'll be able to wing it and still afford it. Now, what goes next year, and then, you know, we're all on record right now, you may get 0.
Well, if we do 2.7, then we've averaged 4% a year for 3 years, a little over.
Yeah, and the sheriff and EMS got substantial raises.
Yeah. I think
15% or something like
I think
that.
COLA's fair for,
Well, we got a motion, so we got to vote on that.
Yeah, we do, whether we're gonna vote it up or down. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll do a roll call vote then. So, Brian
Yay?
This is for 2 point,
for 2.7.
okay.
Jerry?
Yes.
Okay. Randall?
Nay.
Ron?
yeah.
Brent?
Nay.
Yes.
Karen? Okay. Karen is yes. And, I think I'll say no, but it did carry because there were 4 yeses.
Well, at least 0 isn't an option.
Yes,
Yeah.
so. Okay, now Heather, we're ready for you. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Thank you for reminding me. My mind just, that fast. We talked about it and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, so, okay.
So,
Good morning.
Good morning.
And my budget didn't really change. The only thing I changed was salaries. And I took out longevity.
And remind me again about the stipend, Heather.
That is, I think it's a Senate bill, state bill, I'm not sure. But it's allowing really changed. The only thing I changed to give the auditor $2,500 for the duties that they perform for the council and the commissioners.
Did we not give you that last year? It's 100%.
Yes, but it was after the budget.
Okay, that's why I was wondering, there was a new line in here, so.
Yes, we didn't do that until January, I believe.
Okay.
So did we give you 2,500 last year?
No.
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 No, it's for, you approved it
Yeah.
for this year, but I haven't received it yet. I won't get it until the first pay in December.
We approved it.
Yes.
This is the first time you
Additional.
hear it.
It was an additional appropriation afterwards for that, yes.
so it wouldn't have been on the
Yeah.
budget.
No.
I'm gonna go on the record here, I don't like the word stipend. I don't. because people throw stuff in their thing and they call it a stipend. The other day, we had a county extension in here throwing a stipend in for the intern or something, and then I know we're gonna get hit with it again. Somebody's gonna come and ask for their stipend here and down the list here.
Listed on the,
And somewhere I don't have that.
By statute, it's called a
By
stipend.
statute, it's called a stipend.
Yeah.
and
It's the
She
same as
put it on the
being
paper
Kelly's
for me
for
and somehow I don't have it.
Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, I know where it's at.
But you're gonna get, if we think we're gonna get by with the assessor not coming in here and stating that she has a right to additional funds as well in a stipend, her only issue is, her only problem is gonna be, is that the state of Indiana has yet to codify, and they didn't codify this, but to come out with a position.
Well, she got it last year.
The state of Indiana has not come out with a position. No, she didn't get it last year,
Didn't she
she got
just
it the
say
year
that let's
before.
codify this, and this is state statute?
Yes, it's Senate Enrollment Act.
Pardon?
Yeah, this is codified. This
Yeah,
is
that was a
statute.
recommendation
That they may or they
that
can't.
we can.
Right.
It's not.
it's not.
Required.
That's right.
Yeah, I got you.
It's a recommendation, and we took the recommendation, and I fully agree. When I look at the two offices that we're talking about, the assessorial and the auditor, auditors at every meeting for us, running the budget,
Yes.
all of that other stuff. The assessor's asking for a stipend because they went and got some additional training. So, I guess, I'm just saying that
That was optional.
Correct.
I wish we could call it something else.
I do too.
Like per diem.
No, not per diem.
No.
No.
Come on, Randall.
But I don't
Something
know if the
else, I
state
don't
would
know.
let you call it anything else.
Yeah, I'm not
Yeah,
sure that,
statute.
because the way it's written in there, it is called a stipend.
We call it the statute.
Although you keep the official minutes for this meeting,
I do.
and are you designated the board secretary, or is Karen the board secretary?
No, not me.
No, I will.
Council secretary.
I am.
Is that by statute that you serve as the secretary of this organization and the commissioners?
Yes.
That solves a lot of it, right there.
I'm actually your clerk, and I'm their secretary.
So you're the council's clerk and the commissioner's secretary.
Yes.
Is there any other meetings you set in for minutes on?
I do the health board too, but that's separate. It's, and the park committee,
You don't do the sewer board, do you?
but
Sewage board.
I'm not on it.
And you are required to do this for us and the commissioner.
Yes.
Well, that's kind of where the difference is with
Yeah,
the other offices. She's not required to get that additional schooling.
right. Here's, do we have a budget?
The council?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
What number is it? I know it's on the front page,
It's
actually.
Page
1061.
16.
Page 16.
Boom. I recommend we put it right there. I recommend we put the clerk stipend right there.
Can
Move
we
it
do
from her
that?
budget to our budget. That way, if someday she stops being the clerk and someone else comes along and fills that role, whatever reason, then we pay them instead.
Can we switch it there? I mean, it's all already within the budget.
I can
but-
move it. I'm not decreasing the budget, so
Right,
I
so we
think
can
I can
move
move
it.
that.
What does everybody think about that?
Sounds good to me.
I think it sounds good.
It takes it off of somebody looking at
Benefit
her.
is, what's the benefit of doing it that way?
I think we're
It's
making
in our
it about
budget.
nothing.
We decide. She doesn't come
Oh, I
out
see what
for
you're
us.
saying, so nobody's comparing their hers.
Yeah,
Then if you thought about doing my job, you can take it away.
yeah. In other words, she works for
Well, we
us.
should do that here
You work
too.
for us now.
Or if we feel like it's not enough, we can increase it.
Yeah. We
I
have
think you can
control of
increase
it.
we have control of it.
It can't be increased.
Not this year.
Well, it says up to
Up to
$2,500.
$2,500.
Gotcha.
So it stays to that amount.
Now, Heather, whenever you did your budget, did you do the base pay for yours when you added 4%, or is this including your tiers?
It's including my tiers.
So your base pay here is including your tier?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Heather, do you see any problem with us putting that in our budget over yours?
No. They're the boss.
Call it clerk, council clerk stipend or something? What do y'all think?
Sounds good to me. Do we need to vote that in? I don't know.
That sounds good.
Well,
Well, we'll vote it whenever we do ours.
Yeah.
We'll vote it in then? Okay.
I think that's how you should do it, but...
Council's clerk.
Stipend. That's exactly what it's for.
Okay.
With other, I mean, there's other duties there, but this is a major one. Are you okay with that, Heather?
Yeah.
And it'd be the commissioner's secretary.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it under the clerk.
Yeah.
Other comments or discussion on that? Okay, so, I did not figure each of these with, a COLA rate. I figured each one of these with a 4%. So if you guys want to put,
I think we could make a motion, Kelly, just to say we approve this with the correct formula at a 2.8% raise and let her change the
2.7.
numbers. Or 2.7, excuse me.
okay, so,
Yes.
Okay,
Base pay at
so-
2.7.
and then the tiers added into it. Okay,
So I will make a motion that we accept this with the correct calculation on the base pay and tiers at a 2.7% raise and move the stipend line to the county council budget.
okay, so made motion with correct calculations on salary plus the 2.7 raise and tiers, and moving stipend to county council. Council
Jester.
budget clerk.
I think you should probably just remove that and not add in the council, because that's requiring us to do it whenever we do our council budget.
Just
I can
remove it.
just remove it out of this, for this
Are we not
motion.
going to add it back to the council budget?
Yeah, we can
Do whatever we want, council budget.
Okay.
That's my
Make things
opinion.
harder than it needs to be. Let's just do it one time.
I think
We
we,
can correct it.
I think we need to say it right here, that it's
Move it.
being moved to council budget.
Okay.
And that, because that way we're not taking it
Not adding.
completely out, but
Okay.
we're moving
Because I
it
can't add to.
Okay.
budget. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so Karen made the motion to accept the auditor's budget with the correct calculations on salary plus a 2.7% raise and tiers, and moving the stipend to the council budget.
I second that.
Okay, Ron seconded. Do I need a roll call vote, or everyone approve? Everyone in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I also have another one.
Yes.
My part-time position is paid out of the auditor transfer fees.
That's page 94.
I am wanting to increase her hourly rate from $15.75 to $16.
Is this
Page
part-time?
94.
Part-time, yes.
Yes, page 94.
So it doesn't automatically happen when we do the COLA? Or you're going above that?
No, she's not.
No, I'm only wanting to raise it at 25 cents.
So I'm sorry, from what to what?
$15.75 to $16.
It's just $301
That's not
change.
what's on here, so it would be on the next one.
And part-time doesn't get the raise. That's right.
Right,
correct?
usually it's just set by
Yeah,
hours,
yeah.
by hourly.
So basically, you're just asking to raise this budget by $301 and then
Yes.
with that increase.
And I have around 120,000 in there.
So you want to go from 1550 to what?
$15.75 to $16.
I'll make a motion, we approve it as is.
Okay, Karen made the motion to approve as is.
I'm looking at the budget for just a minute.
Oh, okay,
You can go ahead and second, I'm not quite ready to vote, Joe.
okay.
I'll second.
Okay, Randall second.
I'm just looking at the 2517 transfer fees budget. You said, yeah, $121,000?
Yeah. I said around 120, I wasn't exactly sure.
Yeah, so Heather, in your budget, it looks like you got about 95% of it left. Are you having trouble finding somebody?
Oh, no, I have someone. There was an issue with Harris. I have to get it corrected. But when Kaylin changed it to that budget, it somehow reverted back to my general budget. So if you look at my general budget, I think there's around 3,000 or 4,000 that's negative that I have to transfer. I have to fix that. But I have to come before the council because it's different funds.
Oh, funds then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
That's one of the problems, that's why they're switching to
Yeah.
yeah,
Val.
permanent part-time, down, yeah, you're at $4,600 in the hole.
So whenever I first asked for a part-time, she was in my general budget. And then we got it changed to my auditor transfer fees because I can only use this money on certain things that have to do with my office.
The transfer fees?
Yes.
Okay.
So it was just one way to get that out of the general fund.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
You ready to vote?
42 cents is 2.7. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
You wanted to go 25 cents.
What?
Yeah.
Say it again?
42 cents is a 2.7 increase. Now, understand, we don't have to do that.
Well, actually, if we give her more than that, then she's gonna have to come before us and ask for an additional appropriation.
Right.
Because she doesn't
She's
have it
already
in her
asked
budget.
You can't add anything.
She's not going to ask for an additional appropriation because she hasn't used it all this year. Do you think you're going to use every bit of it?
No, I doubt it.
How many hours do you have in there? At whatever, 1575? What was it now? Oh, it's right here. 17.5
Yeah.
divided by
I
1575?
wasn't gonna use all of that. There was a little left over. There was like $299 left over, or something like, or $199 left over.
From last year?
No, just left over from what I asked for.
Oh, okay. 1,100, that's about 1,100 hours.
And part-time has to be, what, less than 30?
Yeah, she usually only works 2 days a week.
And it says permanent part-time. She's here
She's
working.
here every week, usually 2 days a week. If we're really busy or we're at conference, she usually...
I think we should give her the same raise we're giving everybody else, the COLA, the 2.7.
We can't do that, though, unless she takes it away from something else, because you can't raise this budget.
No, I'm saying that she can go in and set the number of hours. She's got a number of hours on here, somehow. How do you get to 17.5? You just said 17.5, didn't you? And that was a 15, when you get,
It was $15.75, but I'm asking for 16.
right.
Why is it just
So 1575 times 1.027 becomes 1618.
Then she just has to work less hours.
So 17,500 divided by 1618 is 1,081 hours instead of 1,111 hours.
She said
That-
15
There's 30 hours difference.
Yeah.
Does it make sense what I'm saying? You can pay her what you want,
No, she can't.
Up to.
We have to
up
approve
to
it.
$17,500.
We have a salary, we have another piece of paper that we have to approve
Well-
that says what the rate is.
But part-time,
Kelly,
Karen, she determines how many hours are part-time.
so you're going to tell her she can have less hours?
She can have the whole 17.5, but at a rate of 16 something.
An hour.
Or does she want the more hours of 15.75?
She has a baby, so she doesn't want more hours. Like, this is good for her. The 2 days a week is good for her. And it's great for me, because everything I don't get done, I can give to her to help.
About 8 hours every day,
7?
7.
Yeah.
That's permanent part-time.
Yes.
Yeah,
This
so,
list here, why is it different? You got 1550 on here.
Because it's like Randall's saying, they can pay what they want in there.
Oh,
You
so
just
that's
get
what
less
you pay.
hours the more you pay.
I thought we had to approve that.
We have to
We do.
approve a salary ordinance,
Right.
but,
We just got that
Not a
number.
salary ordinance, is it?
yeah, that is. It's showing on the copy of the salary ordinance there, it says under auditor that the permanent part-time is $15.50.
Okay,
But that's
so,
under the auditor's budget, that's not under the transfer fees budget, right? Or,
I guess what I'm saying
Yeah, I
is,
think I'm lost, I'm sorry.
this year, you're paying 15 what?
75.
I thought it was $15.75.
Okay, you're paying $15.75, she's got $17,199, and she pays $15.75. That is 1,092 hours max. If she pays her less, if she only works 1,000 hours, she doesn't use her budget. See, it's not a, I guess, there's no hours tied to this number.
Well, there is in the salary ordinance.
There's a number tied to the
With the-
salary
with the-
ordinance,
with the
the
dollar
rate,
value
the
per
hourly
hour.
rate, and that's what controls the hours.
Right.
Because you can't work her more than $17,100.
Right.
You could pay her $17 an hour. 20. But if you only got 17.5, you're gonna get a whole lot less out. And I just calculated 2 days a week is 728 hours. You got 300 hours in there to mess with. I'm saying we can up it, she can up the salary on the paper and not have to fix this budget one iota.
But she just gets less hours
Yeah,
out of her.
yeah.
She doesn't get less than she is normally getting. There are less available.
Yeah.
There's less hours available for her to work. She's not working the full anyway, Karen.
Well, then
She's
why-
only working on 7
She's not working the full budget.
Okay, we're making a big ado about nothing to me, but we already got a motion on the floor, let's vote.
What is it?
I made a motion to raise it to $16 and approve this as is, and you seconded it.
did you second, or did you say, give me a second?
I said second.
Okay, so we'll do a roll call vote, because she's saying 16, he's saying...
1618.
16.18 an hour. Okay.
So we're at 18 cents
Yeah, I mean, 18 cents difference.
on a budget that's not gonna go over 17.5.
Right.
And it will,
And it's more likely gonna fall below it,
yeah.
because she don't use all the hours anyway.
Okay, so Brian, on the motion that's made at 16 per hour, what do you say?
That's what she's asked for, I say yes.
Okay. Jerry?
Yes.
Randall?
No, I'd like to see 1618.
So you're gonna vote no on something you seconded?
Well, I seconded so you guys could Give me a minute.
Okay, John?
I'm gonna say yes. That's what you asked for, right?
Okay, Brent?
No,
Karen?
Yes.
must be that corner over there.
You want that 16?
I'll say no, but it passes with 4 yeses.
Okay.
Okay.
Next time, Heather,
Why did this?
She
go
was
there?
trying to be conservative.
yeah, but when the pay raise comes in at 2.7, that, whoever that young person is, they're gonna look at it and say, well, I got like 1.8, what do you mean we got a 2.7 pay raise?
Yeah, but they're part-time.
Part-time, so.
Yeah, but other part-time probably end up getting the...
2.7.
And the 4%, so,
Yeah.
thank you, Heather.
Thank you, Heather.
Bye.
Sorry to drag it around so much.
Okay, next up, surveyor.
Told me it's hard to.
Okay, we do not have a surveyor here.
Did you get all that, Jamie, back there?
So if you don't need more hours, you better.
What's the surveyor?
You're not finding anybody.
He's 006.
Okay,
I don't think he changed
we
really
have
anything.
page 8
I doubt it, I don't think it ever does.
on the surveyor.
He was here. He was in the building, did you see him?
No?
Ed Strong? He was sitting down front smoking a cigarette when I came in.
Yeah,
Do we want to, can you get a hold of Pat and see if he's down there somewhere?
he won't hear us anyway.
Yeah, but we do have a question because he raised his extra hire $2,000. So, his person, though she is one of the lowest paid, I mean, it's extra hire, but Jessica's here most days, isn't she? Right?
I think she's here every day between, from 11 to like 3-ish or 11 to 4.
Yeah. But she's one of them that gets, I mean, her rate is only like, if I remember correctly in here, it's only like $13 an hour is what she makes right now.
Extra hire for surveyor.
Yeah, she makes $13 an hour, and now he's got in the, okay, so in the salary ordinance, it's listed as permanent part-time, Heather, so
I can change that on.
can that be
the
changed?
Yeah.
Okay. So in the salary ordinance, it's listed as permanent part-time, and she makes $13 an hour. So I don't know what he's thinking, but he did include a 4% raise for himself.
So we're gonna try to get him up here? Did we?
They're getting good. They're still out.
Jamie went over to call him.
Okay. So we'll look and see if he comes up here quickly.
Do we want to go on to the drainage board or something else?
Yeah, we
while
can
we're
go
waiting?
ahead and do the drainage board part of it.
Yeah, 'cause nobody's here for that either. Where's it?
I'm assuming they're, him doing that, so page 18.
063.
Is this coming from a different,
Yeah.
there's no different budget? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing.
There was, well, wait just a minute, let me look. There was a budget for 2025 on the,
Yeah, it's on here. Didn't change it. Drainage.
Hey, are you here for the drainage board?
but
Are you
in
here
our
for drainage
budget,
board?
it's not the same.
No, I'm not. That's
Oh, okay.
category. I don't know what I can help him on.
In our new book, it shows zeros for 2025. But there was the same budget, it was the same department. I don't know why it printed out like this.
I don't know, 'cause in the spreadsheet, it's in there as 2025, and it hadn't
Yeah,
changed.
but in our budget book, it's not, so,
That is the same.
it's the same exact thing from last
Yeah,
year.
it's 0% change.
And then make a motion to accept the budget with no changes.
I'll second that.
Okay, hold on just a minute. So drainage board, Brent made a motion to accept. Ron seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
How many board members are there on that?
Ta-da!
It says 5 here.
There's 6, is there 6?
Okay, so we got that one taken care
You don't have
of.
to look
Okay.
it up, just,
There's 5 on the list.
It was the same amount, 11,900 for the
Yeah.
drainage board.
Okay, take a look at this. She's moved it somewhere. Heather, on budgetary status, your drainage board is 0. Are we talking about the right fund or no? 063, that's current budget status, there's no money in it.
That is weird. Maybe that's why it printed out zeros.
Yeah.
When she did it, but it's the same, I mean, like, if you look at the 2024 budget book, it's the same, general fund 1,000, department 063.
Must be a problem in the system.
Well, it could be that part within Harris.
Yeah.
Board of Account to investigate.
Y'all know what I'm talking about, the budgetary status?
Yeah.
It shows it's 0. They got no money.
It may not have.
It's somewhere else.
yeah, it's somewhere.
Did you figure it out, Jared?
No. I was looking through some here.
I thought it was gonna be a boring morning.
Where's the vodka? It's clear. It's clear, nobody will know. Except for my coffee.
No.
I don't know, it's showing all the account lines as being 0, but there's $4.4 million in there.
So, yeah.
This is-
4.4.
So there's enough money for, I mean, we've approved it, but, yeah, so that's something, I guess, that's gonna have to be looked at.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ed, let's go back.
Did we vote on that? I guess we did.
Yes.
Yeah, we all
Yeah.
did. Let's go back to page 8, since Ed's up here.
Come on up, Ed.
You're up.
We gotta vote for it?
Sorry for the delay, folks, I was at my own vote today, so. I submitted the budget to, the auditor's office and got a call from, Nathan Abrams about, I needed to increase several things. And, after discussion, several things were increased. I also requested a small increase for my assistant. Since 2020, when I got elected, except for being sick, I haven't taken any time off. I'd like for her to be able to work 4 or 5 afternoons a week instead of just 3, so I could take some time off the next couple of years. I'm getting kind of old, folks. I'll be 78 in about a week. So, anyway, there's some slight increases in everything, but nothing too drastic. As you know, every time you go to the store, everything has went up. So, the increases, to cover some of the increases, everything is went up for.
Okay, so the first,
Other than that, I don't really have anything to say. The budget's totally up to you, folks, do whatever you choose to do with it. All I can do is make requests, and I told Nathan and the auditor's office that I would make those requests. I don't have any, like I said, I forgot, I thought this was Thursday. I didn't bring any of the figures up with me where I'd asked for the increases, but I'm sure you have them all there in front of you.
we do.
Like I said, it's totally up to you. I really, a lot of the things that are funded for, we just turn back in because they don't get used. Some of them that are funded for, we run low on through the year. And like I said, everything's went up, so some things we run low on, we do need to increase. Some of the things we don't use will just be turned back in. If you have any questions of me, please speak loud, because I'm old and deaf.
Okay, on Jessica, the young lady that works for you, are you wanting to increase her hourly rate, or are you leaving it at the $13?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Your extra hire,
Pardon?
your extra hire here,
Yes.
are you leaving her rate as the same, just adding for more hours?
Right now, I requested an increase, because right now she's only funded for like Tuesday, like Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursday afternoons.
Rate the same, just work
Okay,
more hours.
and I'd like her to be funded for, to at least be able to work 4, or if I should take a week off, she'd be able to work 5 afternoons
So he
a
just,
week. Like I said, I haven't taken off a week since I've been here. And that makes it,
yeah.
What's,
if she can work 4 or 5 afternoons, the office won't be closed for 4 days a week, 3 days a week.
Do we know how many hours she's
She's
at
looking for?
$13 now?
It's 13, so you're talking 10 grand at 13.
How many hours is that she's working?
769, that's 2 days a week, that's about what we just figured in, who was just,
Well, she only works,
So she's gonna work 20% more.
yeah, because she doesn't work all day.
yeah, and so if you take 12,000, right, and leave it at 13, 923 minus, what I say, 7 what? Well, all our short-term memories,
Yeah.
780, I think, but I don't remember.
yeah. Pretty close
Okay,
to give her an extra day a week.
okay. I just feel kind of bad because...
She works,
That's 30%.
how many hours a day?
A year is based on 2,080 hours, so 1,040 hours would be half of that.
But how many does she work a day?
Right now, for the funding, she can work Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursday afternoons.
No.
1 hour, 2 hours?
4 hours. Not 4 hours.
4 hours a day.
And if I had a doctor's appointment, couldn't come in some morning, and I knew someone was coming in, I could tell her right now, she'll come in the mornings if I need her to. But of course, that takes away from funding for the rest of the year. And I think one year when I was sick, had the COVID thing for a week, I think we run out of funding and had some transferred from something, some account or other over to cover for a couple of weeks. That, I don't,
Okay.
but the money is just not there.
He's asking for 1 extra hour, 1
Take
extra
off.
day,
I'm
4
sorry,
hours,
I want to go to the
13.
office.
In 52 weeks is,
Excuse me for talking over you.
no, you're fine, is an additional $2,700. He's asking for 2 grand.
Okay. So, okay,
So he's gonna meet it close, but
okay,
maybe not every day.
right.
And she's been with me since I've been here, and she was here a couple of years before that. Does a good job, excellent on the computer, and I'm not. And like I said, if the office is open, if someone's there, the office is open. If she and I aren't there, there's no one else, so it's just, how do you want to run the office, so to speak?
And he has no tenure.
Yeah, no tiers or anything
No
like
tier.
that. Yeah. So, okay, any other questions or comments on the surveyor?
I'll make a motion, we pass this budget with the 2,000 increase in the extra hire and the raise at 2.7%.
Okay. So Brent made the motion for the extra 2,000 for the extra hire and 2.7 as the raise for Ed. Ron seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then the next one, we need
75.
page 75.
Now, this is for outside hire.
Huh?
Yes.
This is for outside hire.
Usually this is used for the Cornerstone project.
This one is?
Yes. Okay.
I thought that was, no, that's the
Surveyor's
next surveyor.
Yes.
Perfect. Perpetuity.
Perpetuation,
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
so that's where he's increased that at 15,000 for the licensed surveyor.
Okay, we're not, okay, I'm confused, but we're good. I went to the next one. the
Yeah,
general
I just
training.
figured while he's standing
Okay.
up here, we
Yeah.
could do this one, so. So the surveyor's corner perpetuation. And Heather, he said this because was there an increase in pay last year on that, or?
Yes, they currently have a project going, and they have had to ask for more money each year for the project.
Okay,
Let me look at this year's budgetary status here. Please.
yep, look at that, please.
Well,
He's asking a little bit over the way he's doing it.
Right.
Okay, so
he's asked for,
It's been 50,000 in the past, but for 2026, he's asking for 65,000.
we had 105,000 in the surveyor's corner perpetuation fund. He asked for, last year's budget was 50, and he came for a net budget amendment of 55,000 additional dollars. It hasn't been used yet, but,
I don't know if we've received the bill. I think they do it quarterly.
yeah, so you think that this is gonna be spent?
I don't know about all of it, but
Yeah.
I think the project that they were doing this last year was 55,000.
He'll come close to spending it.
Well, I know it's been 65, he's got 105 there this year he's spending.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion to accept the budget at $65,000.
Don't like it.
Okay, Ron made the motion to accept at $65,000. Karen seconded. All in favor, say aye. Okay.
Is that all for him?
I think, I don't know if he...
General drain improvement, is that his
Page
budget?
58,
What is it?
page 58.
He did it last year, but it hasn't changed any.
That hasn't changed
Yeah.
any. What number is that? Page 58, Fund 1158, general drain improvement.
have they used it?
I'm looking.
Okay, 1158, yeah, okay.
Are we done with him? No.
Not yet.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Percentage remaining, 100% remaining. Hasn't used any of it. No legal services, no miscellaneous construction.
He does that all out there. Except that,
But I don't know if he has control over it or not. Is that right, Heather? No expenditures this year, year-to-date?
I'm almost there.
This was July 31st.
Does this actually fall under him?
That's what I'm asking.
No.
I don't think so.
As of yet, there's been nothing spent.
Ed, can you read that?
Pardon?
Can you read that?
Yeah.
Is that your budget? Do you control that budget? The general drainage improvement?
Yeah. Yeah, some of these expenses that were requested by, that is discussed with Mr. Abrams, Mr. Abrams and the auditor, I think has something to do with the fact that they're going to try to do some work on some drains that are, in the offing, Halville ditch drain. I think some of this is supposed to cover some of those expenses. But yeah, some of these are good bit increases, but that's the nature that, the discussion that we had for work that could be in the offing this year. There's also a good possibility that won't be spent this year. It depends on how far along they get with some of the projects they have going on. Some of the things they're discussing through Clay and Owen County. And it's gonna take quite a while to get all that lined out. I don't know how to go in to tell you the steps that's required for, instituting a tri-county drainage board to establish a ditch. It's very lengthy and very complicated. I don't know if I'd be qualified to explain it to you. I'd like to get you to discuss it at the board meetings.
It's the same as last year, and there's
Yeah.
nothing been spent.
I think it's because, remember, we had a big discussion about the Houseville ditch, I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
a
mess.
couple of years ago, it's been an ongoing
Yeah.
discussion,
It's-
so.
Because they have to get Clay and Owen County to buy in.
Yeah, 'cause I know that one legal fee usually runs $1,000, $2,000. This year it's increased to like $7,000. It's just what it's gonna take to get this done.
Okay. Okay,
Motion as is.
okay, Brian made the motion.
Second.
Huh?
Jerry
Jerry,
got it.
second, okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
Do not take my forgetfulness as a slight, it's just one of those things. Oh,
Got it?
thank you very much, sir. Thank all of you.
Thank you.
I'll see you next year.
Okay. Okay, do we know, is Joe gonna be here?
I have not heard from
Okay. Okay, so let's go to page 9 for the corner.
And by the way, the
Here.
note I gave him there just told him he got 2.7%, 2,000 for us,
Okay,
extra higher.
thank you. Okay, so, the coroner's budget, increased, he put in for 4%. He did that on top of,
And the 2,000.
the tier and
I wasn't gonna try to
the
tell.
base pay, so,
We gotta fix that.
pardon?
Gotta fix that.
Yeah, so we'll have to fix his like we did with the auditors. He increased mileage by 500, and he increased pathology 8,000, which,
Makes
you know,
sense.
has to do with the autopsies, which makes
Yeah, he
sense
had
with
problems.
him having to come back to us.
Yeah.
This year autopsies, he's spent,
He got hammered right off first of the year.
he
Yeah,
had 12 and he asked for an additional 15. So he went to 27.
so,
Now he's asking for 20.
yeah. So he's hoping 2026 will be less. So, okay, any other discussion, comments? Okay, so when, whoever makes the motion, the raises have to be corrected, because that was made on, including the tiers, okay? So, if there's no other comments or questions, I would entertain a motion.
So I would make a motion to change the raise to 2.7% after having calculated the salary according to the correct formula.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay, Karen made the motion to change the raise to 2.7 based on the recalculated rate to correction before tiers. And Ron seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, We're really supposed to have a break, but we've got the clerk here and the assessor, so do we want to go ahead and, since we're a little bit behind schedule, do you guys want to go ahead and work with those two? And then we can take a break quickly, or
That's fine.
everybody okay with that?
We gonna vote on it?
Okay.
I need
No, we
a
don't
break.
need to vote on that part of it.
I need a
Okay,
break.
so,
You need a break?
Jerry needs a break. Go ahead, Jerry.
I'm just quickly, doing that. No.
Go ahead.
are you okay for us to go ahead?
Yes, I'm,
Okay.
I think I'm
Okay.
making fun of it somehow.
Okay.
Okay. No, I just don't,
Okay, Jamie, you're up.
we want what's
For page 1 and 2 to begin with.
Good morning.
Good morning. I think if I calculated right, you did your raise at 4%, including the tiers,
I only have one in my office with the tiers.
beside yourself.
Did I get tiers? I don't know how the,
Yes, you did, or at least it was on our sheet that you did, so. But
Okay.
you calculated including the
Yes.
tiers, okay.
Yeah.
So hers was a 4%, including the tier, so, so that takes care of, I think you, the chief deputy, and your, first, second deputy. But then you've got 3 deputies in. Which one of these was it that you were wanting to, you had explained to me you
my
wanted?
chief deputy, I was trying to get her up within that 75% of my pay, which is what we had tried to do on the first floor a couple years ago. Currently, she's at 72% of my pay.
Okay. So the 44, no, let's see, I gotta go back. Okay, so the 44,830, let's see. The 44,830 would be the base pay, for 2025. That was with the 4% last year. So the 44,830, and then you're wanting to include, do you have a figure on that? I didn't go ahead and figure what the 74% of yours.
So the 75%, it was an extra $1,801.
Okay, did you do that off of your base pay, not including your tier?
No, I just did it off my,
Gross.
off my gross.
Off that 62,083?
Yes.
Okay, so her base pay for 2025 would be $60,583.12. So we would need to take it off of that calculation,
Okay.
okay?
And we're taking what, $2,500 off? It's one tier, she's in this,
She had
Actually, she's-
$1,500 as a tier
for who? For her?
for Jamie, yeah. And so she calculated her chief deputy at 75% of her 62,083.
Okay, I'm confused. Does she not qualify for a $2,500 tier?
How many years you been here?
I've been here since 17.
It says 5 to 10 years, but clerk,
Yeah, the clerk,
isn't the clerk at the senior level
The first 5 years is only 1,500.
for the clerk?
yes,
For
For any of us.
anybody,
or,
for anybody.
Chief deputies and everybody?
yeah.
For the chief
It's
deputy, anybody, it's
1,500 the first
1,500.
year,
Okay.
the first 5 years, another 1,500 the 10 years, and then it jumps up after that.
So it's 1,500 right now.
Yeah, the tiers don't recognize position, it's just.
Yeah, it's been
Okay.
a number of years, yeah.
So if,
I didn't know what mine was based on. I didn't do the
Okay,
budget.
so
last-
60
Oh, so you took 1,500 off there, okay.
Okay, so 75% of your base pay would be $45,437.25.
45 what?
$45,437.25.
Okay.
Okay. So that would be for her 45, 437. Okay, so that would be an increase of $607 for her, and then the raise on top of that. And she's, how many years has she been with you, since what?
She just started with me in August,
Okay,
but she started full-time last January.
okay.
So she wouldn't have any
She wouldn't
tiers.
have a tier. Okay, that's why I thought I didn't have her down for a tier.
I think Teresa
She's got,
is the only one that has tiers in my office.
Correct.
she's
Yes.
20 to 25 years.
Okay, so,
The MHI maintenance, I'm assuming that's some kind of software, did that go to the IT budget?
No, it's just gone.
It's just gone?
That was an old computer system that I was able to shut down.
Okay.
And I also got rid of my part-time part of my budget.
After sitting in here and listening to that early conversation?
I just don't need it.
So I think I have the motion. Kelly, are you ready?
okay, hold on just a minute. So, I'm just trying to get what her, so if we did the 75% of Jamie's salary, that would increase the 44,830 plus a positive 607.25. And then if you do the 2%, 2.7% on top of that, that is another 1,210.41. So I just wanted to make sure that whatever motion is made here, if you're doing the 75%, we're gonna have to increase it by that, plus the 2.7.
Yeah, I was just going to say we'd increase the base pay to your, the 45,
Okay,
and then calculate the raise.
okay, so, was there any other questions on,
Yeah, across our elected officials, and Heather and Dawn, do you pay your chief deputy 75% of what you get paid?
664.
I think it's close to that, because
It's
we
close. That's what I was
did
trying to
that,
figure out.
we did that a couple of years ago.
The
You were part of
recorder's
that.
at 75%, treasurer's at 74, auditor's at 73, and assessor's at 73. Mine was at 72.
Okay.
And you're going to 75
Yes.
for chief deputy. This question,
Okay, so it's up to you guys how you want to do things. Were there any other questions or comments on what she had in her budget? For any of the other increases, or, because for postage, she increased by 5,000, some of her office supplies, that type of thing. Any comments or questions there?
Election.
Drop the 10,000 there extra higher, so.
Yes, yeah, she took that out, so. Okay.
Okay, I'll make a motion to correct the salary calculations to the correct formula, change the raise to 2.7%, and increase the base pay for the first deputy to $45,437.25, and then add the 2.7% raise.
Okay, and then the there's no tier on that, yes, okay. Okay, so Karen made a motion to recalculate the base pay to at $45,437.25 and then times the 2.7% raise. On the chief deputy plus a 2.7% raise and recalculation on the others. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Brian. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so that takes care of that budget.
Page
We need to go to
17.
page 13 for voter registration. Yes, page 13.
The only thing I changed on that, I had to increase my association dues.
Motion approved as is.
Okay, Brian made the
Second.
motion. Okay, Ron second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
17.
The next one's the one that gets crazy.
Okay.
It always does,
It always does whenever,
What's this one, the next one?
election.
page 17.
Election board, is that what that's called?
Yes.
It looks bad because we didn't have an election this year, so
So
everything
62.
has to go back up.
Micro vote services, that's the new machines, I'm assuming.
Yes.
On that.
The voting machine upgrades, the 89,000 is the voting machines.
The micro vote services, that's what you have to have in place to,
The software.
the software for
Yeah.
whenever you do the election, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So are there any other questions or comments on this?
I think I did have a question somewhere. We're
Okay.
paying the election, somewhere, we're paying the election board people or the volunteers. Where did I see that at? More money?
So,
2,200 for the
Canvas board assistants.
Maybe
Yeah, maybe.
president election board, or precinct election board,
That's a new line.
because we didn't have an election last year, zero.
Ah, okay. That's one of those, okay.
Yeah.
so
Okay.
even with the previous year, there was an election, it was short, and we had to transfer at the end of the year. It was like only one election had been budgeted for, so we had to up the amounts that were in there.
Okay.
There's no salaries in here, right?
No
No salaries.
Okay.
When was the last time you raised the election board members' stipend there?
I can't answer that. I only had last year's fall election. I didn't look into what it was before that. But I think it's pretty on par with,
It's been the same amount for many years.
Many years.
Many years.
Yeah. And you got two of them, right? Besides yourself,
yes,
a Democrat, a Republican.
yes.
I wouldn't do it for $1,000.
Yeah, it's a lot,
Just saying,
yeah.
it's okay until you do a recount.
Any other
I'll make
questions
note
or
of that for
comments?
next year.
Absolutely. I'm gonna make sure that it happens.
I'd make a motion, we pass it as is.
Okay,
Second.
Randall second, Brent made the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think that's everything.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jamie. Okay. Up next, assessor, page 10. Okay, and I think on yours, you did the 4% on top of the tiers,
Yeah, I didn't
correct?
have any tiers though in my office, I don't think. I didn't add any tiers.
No, but I mean on top of what the tiers were last year. Some of them got tiers last year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, but you did your 4% raise. Based on that, that's included in their pay, so that's what I'm asking.
I just took our pay and times it by 4%.
Okay, so we'll have to recalculate, is what I'm getting at.
So we don't get the increases on the tiers
No.
every year?
No.
You get
Okay.
the tier, but you don't get the increase on it.
Yes.
Okay, yes, it was included in the.
Okay, so we'll need to
The
recalculate.
tier continues every year, but not an additional whatever.
Yeah,
You can give them a raise on it.
Okay. So yes.
okay. And it's 2.7% is what we've decided on, so. Are there any other, this budget, it's pretty
On my
self-explanatory.
general, I don't think I changed anything at all.
Yeah, so your levels are at the 4% raise too, correct? So, okay, so that would have to also be taken into account, so.
It's account 08, okay. Look back one.
Donna, I don't remember, I don't think you've been here for any additional appropriations this year, have you?
I've never come to official appropriations.
Well, don't say that, because something will come up.
Never say never.
Okay, so far I've never had to in the 12 years.
There you go.
Next year might be different, but we'll pray and hopefully not. So in order to figure the new, I just need to subtract the tiers, do the 4% and then.
Yeah, I've got it all
Not 4%.
figured out here,
Not
so
that. 2.7.
2.7 is what the raise is.
Okay, subtract it, yeah, the 4 is what I put in there.
Right, yes.
Subtract that, add the 2.7.
Yes. Yep.
And then the same way with, well, my levels will just go to 2.7 instead of.
Correct, yeah.
Easy peasy.
Okay, so are there any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to,
I'll make a motion to recalculate the salary basis and use that to add the 2.7% raises, and then approve as is.
okay, and then also a 2.7 on the levels.
Correct.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. Just want to make sure we all get it all in there exactly like it's supposed to be.
So, just to clarify for like next year, the tiers will always be after
Correct.
the
Correct,
rest? Okay.
yes.
Okay. I thought that once we added the tier, that became their new base and it just.
No.
Okay.
And the reason why we have to keep it separate, because if, for instance, you know, like, if one of your deputies would leave, you don't want to hire somebody in at a rate, yeah, it has their tier included, so, okay. Okay, so I've got a motion by Karen to recalculate, on the salaries and, the base pay and a 2.7% raise on that and the levels, and then add back in the tiers.
I'll second.
Brian second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next up, we need page 78.
What count that?
It is Fund 1224 reassessment. Okay, and here you did that too. Your second deputy, though, doesn't have, in this one, does not have a tier.
Correct. But it's still.
Pardon?
It still has the 4%, so.
Correct, yeah, so that would have to be redone. On your part-time A,
I think I also gave her the 4%.
it actually is a little bit more than 4%. So were you doing just a 4% on hers, or were you doing?
Well, I did a 4% on hers on the front where it says per hour it's $17.68. And I did 4%, I don't remember what she was last year. I just did 4% on her hourly wage.
Okay, not on the 26,000. Because if you did 4% on the
Yeah, she
26,000,
was $16.50 last year.
So you're wanting to increase her hourly rate, excuse me? Is that what we're talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
She was at 16.50 this year.
And you're wanting it to be what?
Oh, this says 17.68, but I don't know how I came up with that number. And if you take 16.50 even times 4%, it's not that.
it's 17.16
Yeah.
an hour, so.
Yeah.
So we're changing
Okay.
it to 17.16 then?
But it won't be that because it would have to be at the 2.7%.
Oh,
She's
gotcha,
just
gotcha,
doing it
gotcha.
on a percentage.
So it'll
Okay,
be 16.95.
Got it.
right,
If it's approved.
okay. Okay,
What went down?
I don't think anything went down. I increased the FICA and the retirement.
Okay, I guess it's just because the average came out to be 3% instead of, okay.
so do you ever do extra hire?
Not very often,
Okay.
because used to, the whole entire office went to
Your
the
conferences?
conferences, because we had to have so many hours, and then when COVID hit, they cut back the hours, so now I take half of them in the winter and half of them in the summer, so that way we have half the girls there. And I know used to, we would use them for like filing or shredding stuff, things like that. So I like to keep the money in there, because we're getting ready to hopefully do a big purge. We haven't gotten rid of anything the entire time I've been in there. We have a whole room that, it's all over 10 years old, so a lot of it can be shredded. So hopefully we can get someone in here to start working on that for us. I just haven't really had time to sit and go through it and
And
So things like that.
have you thought about contracting out the shredding?
You're talking about just sorting through, see what.
yeah, we'd have to sort through
I
it.
gotcha, okay,
Yeah.
not the actual shredding part then?
Yeah, you have to sort through it and then get rid of it. And a lot of the stuff, isn't even necessarily confidential in our office, so it doesn't have to be shredded, it can just be thrown away. But yeah, I raised the FICA and the retirement, and then added the designation bonus back in there. And I think everything else on that one stayed the same also. We usually don't have a whole lot of changes.
Can you explain to us again what Tyler Technologies does?
We have a 4-year contract with Tyler. They do all of our reassessment every year. They do our ratio studies, send our reports up to the state. It's contracted, and then they do so many mobile homes and so many new constructions, but generally I end up doing all of my new construction myself.
I'm sorry, you said 4-year contract for reassessment?
Yeah, reassessment,
Okay.
because the state says we have to do a certain percentage of the county every year, and they do our reassessment.
Is it the 25%? You get 25% or try to average that too.
Yeah, I mean, according to the state statute, we have to do like a certain percentage of ag land, a certain percentage of commercial, a certain percentage of residential, so it don't always balance out to exactly 25% of the county every year, but, and they go through and figure out like what we need to do to meet that criteria.
So, talking about that, so like we, or at least I know I do, I get the, reports from the DLGF, and so like on the cyclical reassessment, it was showing that Greene County is behind as of July 31st. So if Tyler Technologies is doing that, are they not doing it on time, or are they just not getting the report turned in on time? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, because we have to turn in a cyclical reassessment report.
Because, so it comes up like this cyclical reassessment status, and so Greene County is one of the 42 counties that's behind as of July 31st, is what that says, yes.
That's a good
And
question.
then, it says reassessment parcel review progress, we're one of 12 counties that's behind. So, I'm just curious if, you know, if they're the ones doing that for us, then,
Yeah, and I get the reports from Tyler when they send them up to the DLGF, but
I mean, yeah, but that is off the DLGF's website, so I was just curious. I don't understand all that stuff, but I look at it and wonder, you know, what it is, so.
That's a good question. We sent the last report up on August 8th. Maybe,
I don't know, that was dated, it said as of July 31st, so I don't know if that's,
You just missed a minute.
and it was sent on August 8th, so maybe it just,
because of that or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, that's as of July 31st, right?
Yeah, that said as of July 31st, so.
I will definitely check on that though, because, I mean, to my knowledge, we're not behind. I mean, I know we hired a new field rep last year because they had one leave. And I actually have a meeting with two of the uppers next week to discuss things and how they need to improve, and, because it seems like in the last 4 years, we've had like 5 different reassessment people. I mean, the turnover's been really bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it could be because of Greene County, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I'm hard to work for, I don't know. No, one of them, I mean, some of them had legit reasons. We had one retire, one was a school teacher and decided this wasn't for him, and I mean, just different things like that, so who knows? But anyway. But yeah, I will get back with you on that. I'll check with, they're all at conference this week.
Okay, so I guess the elephant in the room here is the designation bonus, so explain that.
A couple of years ago,
Left on there last year.
Year before.
Year before.
Year before, it was included in the salary ordinance and not in the budget. She had to get an appropriation to take care of
I
it.
just moved money, yeah.
Last year, we took it off.
So I guess my question is that, like, when I first got it, everybody on this board voted it, except for Randall and Brian, because you guys weren't on the board then, and it's been an every year thing since then. And then all of a sudden now, I don't get it anymore, so I'm just kind of curious as to why you feel like I don't deserve that anymore. When they first gave it to me, like I said, last year, it was separated out, because if you put it in with my salary, then you have to give me the raises on top of it. And they didn't want to have to give me raises on top of it, like they do the level 2 and the level 3s. So that's why it was a separated out line item, but it was intended to be part of my salary from the beginning, so.
I can tell you, my reason for taking it out is, it's not a requirement of your job. It's an additional certification that you've seeked out, and kudos to you for doing that. But if we're doing that, then additional certifications go for other departments as well. The sheriff's department, the EMS, and I don't think that's something that we need to do. That's why I took
Well,
it
and
out.
my only thing with that is,
And I
when
still have
they
issues with it.
they hire in under the impression that they have to go through all that stuff. And that's part of the job requirements, it's part
No.
of the job description.
No. It's not.
So becoming a cop, you don't have to get certified.
I'm talking about your instructor certifications, which are above and beyond your basic levels. Some of the other certifications that they go through are not required, but they want to step up and say, hey, I want to better it for the department or for the county, which I assume that's what you did, but it's not a requirement. So if they're doing that, if they're stepping up and saying, hey, I want to help do this, then they should be getting additional money per
Okay, but
certification.
if they're not asking for that, why should you take it away from me when it's been granted to me for
Because they've always been told no.
years?
They've not asked for it, I understand that, but they've always said it wasn't allowed. So, that's why I still say no.
What does this certification do that benefits you here, or us in the county, the taxpayer?
Well, I mean, clearly, all of the taxes that come through our county start in my office. So the better I know how to do my job and know how to do my reassessment, the more accurate our taxes are. And then the more tax money we're coming through, or, that we're getting the right tax money, I guess. We don't necessarily want to strive for more, but we're getting the correct tax money. And I
This
just feel like...
does have a direct benefit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the more knowledge I have, the better I can do my job, and the better everybody in the county benefits from that. I mean, you don't want people that don't know what they're doing and don't know the rules and the statutes and, things like that, trying to do assessment. That would just be a disaster.
Okay, so my turn. I'm never the guy to shy away from something straight on. Okay, Don? Straight up with you. I'm going to be straight honest with you. We have no control over your work hours. None. Except this kind of stuff. When we get complaints and issues that the assessor is not available, your office is one thing, but the elected official doesn't work what some people think should be the hours worked. Then it falls back on us. And that has been, let me finish, that has been some of the issue. Okay? And I'm being honest with you. That has been some of the issue as to why we look at it. You've got additional certifications, sure. But what does that do for the county? And are you fulfilling your obligation that we feel you have to the county as the elected assessor? Some feel that's not being fully fulfilled.
Okay, so
Okay.
if you call in my office and I'm not in there, then you think I'm not working.
I didn't say that.
I was gonna say, my job isn't like the rest of the jobs in this courthouse. I have been out in the field doing reassessment for all the tornado work. I've been out there picking up, we picked up 170 new houses in the last month and a half. So
Wow.
because I'm not in my office does not mean I'm not working.
Okay, let's go back to that one item you just mentioned there. You mean this county has picked up 170 new homes
Yes,
in the last month?
yes.
Don, there ain't no way we have built 170 homes in 1 month in this county. That tells me we're behind in
That's not
assessment.
saying in 1 month, I'm saying I've picked them up. Some of them are going on for 25 pay 26. Some of them, have just been built, so they won't go on until 26 pay 27, but we've already assessed them. I have a stack this high on my desk, you're more than welcome to come and go through them.
And let's go back to why I don't vote for it. I went back and I talked to some other people that had served on this committee. And when you came to it, this body, it was right after the certifications. And some of them believe it was given to you as a congratulatory award. That it wasn't ever intended to be an annual thing every year after that. It's like, hey, great job, here you go, extra $2,500. Not to be served out every year, and not to be increased. Go get another certification. That was And the reason I don't vote for it either, and the last and final reason is I do not like stipends. It's an easy way for somebody to throw something on a budget to get additional pay. If you want additional pay, give yourself a pay raise, and then see if we can get it through here. That's the kind of stuff. You know, right back here, clerk says she wants to bring her chief deputy up to 75%. We buy into stuff like that. What we don't buy into is, hey, I did this, now you should award me $2,500 ongoing in the future.
And that would be fine if they would have did it for 1 year and then quit, but I got it for like, what, 4 years? And then all of a sudden, I don't get it anymore. Like, it was, and I still feel like it.
I don't think it was 4 years. I think it was, you've gotten it for 2. One, because it was like what Randall said, we thought, I know that's the way I thought of it too. That's why I haven't voted for it, is because it was a one-time deal. Congratulations, you got that national certification. The second year you got it is because it got slipped in by mistake on the salary ordinance, and
After we voted no.
It's not the
and
IAO
after we had voted it,
certification,
it's a national certification.
so it's not the IAO. It's a different one.
I think,
IAAO.
What's that?
It's IAAO.
Is it? That's Indiana.
Well, it's international.
I would recommend this. Again, I'm an honest guy. Recommend this. You need to go to the state of Indiana and have them send out a recommendation to approve this kind of stuff. That's being done. Do you know that? That's being done for other offices. And so you need either the Assessors Association or somebody to lobby the state and for DLGF or whoever to come at this group and say, hey, we should take into consideration these kinds of things. Until that happens, Dawn, I'm not going to vote for it. And with that, I make a motion that we strike it from the budget.
I'll second.
okay. Are you going to go ahead and do the rest of the motion for the raises and stuff in this, or just that part right now? Motion made to strike designation bonus.
So that's a separate motion?
Yes. So Randall made a motion to strike the designation, Brian seconded. Do I need to do a roll call vote?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm
Brian,
understanding that different than what you're saying.
okay, so Brian
No.
is a no. Jerry?
No.
Jerry,
Wait a
no.
minute. He's saying strike it, and you're saying no?
Yeah, saying yes to strike it, I'm sorry, voting
So
to
you
strike
need
it.
to-
Yes, I want yes to strike it.
Yes to strike.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I said it wrong. Randall is a yes.
Yes.
Okay, Ron?
No.
Okay. Brent?
Yes.
Karen?
No.
And I am a yes.
I don't. I'll just read it different.
Okay, so now we need to go to the rest of the budget. Is there anything else there? We'll have to do the recalculation because the raise was done with the tier included. So, do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to correct the salary calculations and then apply the 2.7% raise and to change the part-time A to 2.7% raise, and make it $16.95?
Yeah. Okay, so Karen, and to accept the rest of the budget as is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so Karen made a motion to correct the base pay, and times the 2.7% raise for, all of the positions, including the part-time A, so that her hourly rate will be $16.95 per hour, and the rest of the budget. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Brian seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody need a quick, break, or do we have soil and water? Do we have soil and water here?
So I looked at the wrong one and told her it wasn't until Thursday, and she's like, well, I have an event on Thursday, and I said, can you come back at 3? And she said, yeah. Oh, she's coming back at 3.
At
My
3.
mistake.
Okay,
I'm so sorry.
no problem, soil and water at 3. Okay, we'll take a quick break here.
Who are you here for?
Recorder. The recorder.
Oh,
Yeah.
report.
Okay, so we'll take a quick break and come back, say about 10 minutes.
I don't have the right one in here, sorry.
No, I even to you at the last council meeting. Did you
Oh, I
just now?
changed those. Okay, maybe I didn't get them right. Okay, sorry.
You threw away you got them both out, and then you threw away the old one, or the new one?
Well, I looked at the wrong one, so.
Okay, we'll take a quick break and
Because I don't have any on this one, so I could
So-
do away on it.
be back in here. 10 minutes, you said? Yeah, so 11:05. Well, actually, that gives us about 11 minutes, but
So Dawn, street hair, Alan's got hair.
Ladies.
oh, thank you.
It hasn't been like that. This is just a fight over that $2,500.
That was a little bit more than a fight over $2,500. I don't care who you are.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. It's still recording right now. That's right. Anything else that? It's never a good choice.
Who do we got there? Soil and water.
Brent, do they need to shut that down, the recording during the break, or does it just keep going?
Be careful who you talk about.
Yep.
Probably back where you're at, I doubt it would pick you up anyway. The sound in here is not the greatest.
Yeah.
They just started it at the city, of course, because it was deadline to get it in. And they've got a sound bar that goes across the ceiling, and it picks up really well.
Yeah. Half the time you can't even hear people talking.
I know it.
And then if I get, the rare occasion I did buy some new trouser pants. Right. Right. I understand that. And I had bought 2 baskets.
Oh, yeah.
Might be a little bit, Jerry went down to get his.
Lazy.
Okay.
Yes, exactly. I'm gonna try to get behind you. I came in the wrong door. I was- I do have some comments if anybody wants it.
Happy, smiling.
I even brought a little bit if you guys want some.
I just need the Tylenol I just took, so I'm good.
Well, I took allergy medicine a while ago, and it has not touched my headache yet. You know what we need? It's like right through here.
Yes.
Yeah.
When we were going through some of the stuff we went through when I was working for a time,
The temple took her.
we had like this big jar of Tylenol.
I was just saying I got.
Oh, I thought you meant a jar, a bottle or something.
Well, that would be true, I guess, I don't know. Everybody's taking pain meds.
I do Diet Coke and I've got one, so.
For after hours.
Anybody else want any?
That's good stuff.
I went down and looked for something in the snack machine and I'm like, dang.
Do you want any of that?
No.
Extra cup?
I just got to looking at what was in there. So looking at a stroke.
I do have,
There's nothing in
I do
there.
have an apple too, but.
Subway wrap or something.
I got a banana. It's probably,
I had my banana for the morning.
maybe a little bit more rough for
It's like an old bar, it was an old bar.
No.
I'm good.
Talk truth.
I just went down there and looked and thought, nah, I don't need to snack on none of that junk. Stroke in a bag. It's all of it. Sodium or...
Oh, my dad when he passed away.
Yeah.
He was over my dad when he was 83. But he didn't worry about what was in those.
Believe it or not.
I'm pretty sure my dad and grandpa drank bacon grease.
they told my grandmother one time she shouldn't eat so much bacon.
Had a stroke.
That didn't fly very well either.
No.
Well, Dad had a stroke years before he died, so he was mumbling.
I think she was 96 or something like that when she
As
passed.
far as I am at 61, I can't imagine what 90's gonna feel
I
like.
don't feel bad. I'm telling my work, I said, oh, you guys may have time on these parts. You're in your mid-30s, early 40s and her back. It's messed up.
I'll tell you what, everything's got so many toxins in it now. For the last 2 or 3 weeks,
It's
at
rare.
least.
They don't have to be employees. My own kids, you know? I got sons, and I'm like, get on the end of that and pick that up. And they're like, oh, I can't lift it, oh, my back. What?
Don't blame me, man.
I don't know if they are, Ron. They're soft.
5-year-old son just had back surgery a month ago.
Really?
Yeah, he's on workman's comp too. I figured he got to be running around.
Who is?
Colton?
Yeah, well, like I'm running around.
Well, he's not either.
Either.
He finally got cleared, he can mow some, because I've been mowing his yard for 2 months, and when's he come back to mow? Yeah, when it turns 75 degrees out and it's beautiful. Yeah, I'm out there, what do you enjoy it? Oh, I gotta mow both yards now.
That's what happened to me. I come back and yesterday, it was nice. Mowed 2 yards.
Now,
And I was talking about that Fifth Street
and
when
then Haley, my 31-year-old daughter, she
was listening to her after I
started getting on like this and getting headaches.
We're going around.
She had a
Hey,
pressure
JDA.
where they gave her the epidural.
Cemetery,
Cemetery.
we'll go ahead and do that.
Fluid in her spine.
Jerry's not back.
Yeah,
She was
that
down
way for
like
Jerry
3
to get
weeks.
back.
And they go in and they call it a blood patch. They pull blood and go in and I guess shoot it over where the hole is. And within 20 minutes, she was almost back normal.
Just get the fluid out of it.
I guess,
You gotta get the fluid, you
Who
gotta
was
get
that?
that out of her.
Haley?
What happened?
something had to do with the epidural when she had the baby. She had got a leak and it had put fluid leaking out of her spine. Well, it started with like migraine headaches, which she'd never had before.
Right.
And then it got to the point to where it just kept making her hump over. And she was like this, and of course went to the emergency room a couple times, and you know how that goes. They, you know, do what they do. No, this was Bloomington and Monroe County. Then went to Greene County, and done her the best. And then she finally got in to see a neurosurgeon, you know, because I always try to go see him, but then they said, yeah, it's going to be 6 months down the road.
Right.
Well, the one lady doctor knew one, so she called and said, hey, you need to look at her quick. And they went in and they called a blood patch. They just pulled blood out of the spine and put it where the hole is. And within 15, 20 minutes, she was back about 70% better.
Wow.
But there she suffered for 3.5 weeks.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're finally both getting back there. It's my 31
That's what I love when they tell you,
and
go
35
to the
year old.
specialist.
Well, I met a guy
And then you
that
can't get into the specialist for 3 months.
Go see your dumb child.
broke his knees and messed up. You know what he did?
You're
He
on.
went to
Yeah,
Mexico,
exactly.
I'm like,
$3,000
I can schedule around.
and she says, well, you know, you still have
Still
it.
3 straight days a month.
and whatever they choose.
Call, want to take care of something, I gotta go back over there and come around, do all
Come
that.
down and said, we can see you.
That's all they, market's
I'm still alive on these.
not there.
Exactly, probably.
That's been crazy up or down.
Now, where do you
Yeah, I
go down?
need to go.
3 vacations.
Injuries.
Yeah.
So I go from a yearly check.
Who's your chief?
Now, if I do get something, I let you right in.
Is it just you? No.
I've got
And I started
I've got 3
saying,
part-time.
we've got so much.
Who's kind of the second person you go to?
I've got two corporals.
I started using this.
One of them's Ivan, because if they're my use, that's where, you know, Andy Gaunther.
They'd be so slow. I'm like, I don't know what's up.
Yeah, Ivan lives in Doggy Heights, doesn't he?
No, he lives next to Harper, Paul Harper,
Oh, okay.
in that brick house.
Yeah,
What
I
am
just moved.
What am I eating
Yeah.
different? What am I doing different?
17,459,
And I finally decided
1746.
it was my face cream.
Oh, okay.
Well, sometimes you drive the,
Change face cream.
Change that.
you drive the police vehicle in Doggy Heights.
Oh, he don't have, we don't have a car.
Smooth.
We don't have to take it.
Yeah.
I noticed they were using Marvin,
You need to check.
Marvin
I quit
Holtz.
using it.
It would have
Well,
they
he'll-
let it
he'll
in,
school
so that's
resource.
what his salary ordinance.
You never know.
I had some people pulled over a couple times.
He's doing Operation Pullover.
I told him.
It's not called that anymore, but he's doing that.
It makes you.
Well, sure,
Yeah.
Because it's wrong.
Yeah.
My heel started hurting. And plantar fasciitis. Never had it. I've never heard of it, so maybe Hannah got it.
I have not crossed the street.
So, goes something about the
They closed the
apartment.
area.
Yeah, it says me.
That's only 3 months for you to get in there. I suppose it's not that bad now.
You set through 3 lights.
Well, by the time
I
3 months
refuse to go
around,
that way.
Yeah.
So is this not enough?
Go to work and
They're having a physical therapy.
No, it's just that she was,
Or they got a
she told us she was making 16,
I came back,
50
I
an hour,
went,
she was actually making
last
17.
week.
Yeah. You say you
She
need
does,
that.
I'll be going, ask, no, you
but
baby.
the lights are better.
No.
Yeah.
When Nathan had his knee, he had sinus surgery.
But those rock trucks,
I know.
or whatever trucks coming out of construction. Man, they don't move very fast.
He had to have all the 8 sinus.
I know.
Figured it out.
We're done in 10 minutes, are we still waiting?
And, you know, of course, it's a big deal, you know.
On the assessor.
And then he, you know, like, put cars up there, you know, so we had to go the next day, and all that stuff. Yeah, and it was really painful. Nathan said, he's pulled everybody, and Nathan was just, and the doctor said, oh, I can't, that bad. Sorry, let me stuff this up here.
I get what you mean now.
Don't think that way.
Well, Gary's not back up here
He said he
yet.
was going to
He
get
didn't get a
a jacket.
jacket, he
I
said he
don't know if he
was
got
running,
him,
but
it was in his car, or he went and bought one.
He said he was freezing. I don't know where he parked.
He's probably parked down in the handicap, but he's slow, so
Yeah, we
Well-
got a form, we can roll.
we'll go ahead and get reconvened here after the break. We're on page 88, the cemetery budget,
Might show him more.
the cemetery commission,
Page 88.
page 88.
they've been in here asking for levies several times, you know? And I understand that we could do that for them, but we're in such a flux with levies and lits and everything else, there ain't no way we could give them something.
Right.
Maybe
Well-
just give it to them out of the general fund, I guess that's what Ed was saying.
That's what I would say. I would probably,
How about we give it to them out of the coon cap? No, I'm kidding.
do we have anything left in the riverboat?
We do.
I mean, we could give them out.
We could give
We're
them
gonna
that.
need that
No,
fund
'cause
anyway.
he said 7,500, but does that include this 3,050?
No.
No, it would be on top of that probably, but we
Because I got a little
cannot,
confused there, because he said, I thought, well, we've been giving him money, haven't we? I mean, this is what the,
Well, yeah,
but not
It's
820.
in the budget right now, so you'd have to wait until January to do an additional appropriation.
Yeah.
so it's not, I mean, it's kind of a moot point. I mean, he came and talked to us, but there's not anything we can do about it.
yeah, you're right.
So this has to be, just approved as is, or, you know,
I'd rather talk to the people anyway before we give that to them. Because I agree with Randall, I think they need to get some kind of accounting going on what their trustees are giving them and show us, you know, just show that they are giving the money they're supposed to be getting.
He talked to him. He said they wouldn't give them anything.
No, but they're supposed to be taking them over after they get them cleaned up and turn them over. I don't know how that's working.
We need to audit that.
I think this all came about, if you go back and look at the legislation that this happened, it was right at the time when they were looking at doing away with trustees during Mitch Daniels' administration. And so they probably had the forethought to say, we need to stand up a body countywide that can take all abandoned cemeteries if we ever need to lay it on them, because that's what's gonna happen.
Well, and I'm sure they need to help because they lost, the DOC now can't go in and help them, so,
Right.
you know, they lost that free help. But I think we
Oh,
need
they
to...
lost that because somebody said they were intended or something? I think it's something like that.
okay.
Too far out in the woods or something, I don't know.
They said they were intended.
So this is what we're up against, we approve it.
Yeah.
As
I'm
is.
gonna prove it now, and then you can
If we
go back
want
and
to give
talk
them
to
additional money, we can ask them to come before us and
Get
ask for an
additional
additional appropriation. That's what we'll have to do, so.
Well, I'd make a motion to approve this budget the way it's written. There's
Okay.
no change in it.
I will second.
Okay. Ron made a motion to accept the budget for the cemetery commission. Brent second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that's approved. Okay, up next, recorder.
We got soil and water.
They'll be here at
She
3.
said they're gonna be here at 3. Heather made a mistake.
I know, blame me.
Take your money.
It was right there.
Okay, so we need page 5 to start off with. And the recorder did the same thing, I believe. She added a 4% raise with
The tier,
with the tier already added in it, so.
well, I'd make a motion, we do the 2.7 with the actual base,
Okay.
and then they can have the tier. And pass it what it is.
I've got a question, on the part-time, is that just a straight, in the budget, it's a 4% raise, but is that just a particular, like a straight-up percentage raise, or is it increasing the hourly rate for the part-time?
What do you mean? She did, our current permanent part-time makes $16.50, and so she did the 4% raise on that one.
On the 1650?
Yes, ma'am.
To make it at, what was she?
1716 is what she
Okay.
figured it would be.
17 what?
1716?
Okay. Okay, so, we're doing a 2.7% raise, okay? So that is what that would be instead of the 4% and
Do you,
so.
do you know what the part-time hours are?
She works 29 hours a week.
29 a week?
Yes.
So, what's the average?
She would be
1,500 hours.
$16.50 an hour, so it would make it $16.95 an hour.
Okay.
29 is, 30 is the,
29 and a half is legally how many they can work.
be called part-time, which is with no benefits.
Correct. Yes.
So that needs to be added into that motion, doesn't it? Well, no, the base,
Yeah,
it's part of it.
so, okay, so any other questions, comments? Ron's made a motion to recalculate the base pay and do a 2.7% raise, and then the tier on those that need the tier.
I'll second it.
Okay.
What about the part-time? I got lost there a little bit.
Yeah, and 2.7% raise on all of it.
Okay.
Okay.
$16.95 an hour.
Yeah, so it would make that $16.95 an hour if you need an actual amount there. Because it's at 2.7. Okay, so,
I'll second that then. Or did somebody already second?
Brent second.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Third it.
Correct. Okay, so let's go to page 57.
Graduation.
Now, it's the Enhanced Access Fund, Fund 1154.
So we're saying accept the 500 increase in the Pidgeot life cycle.
Yes, everything has stayed the same except for that, basically because it is on a tiered level as well. So, the more documents we record, the higher they charge us for it. So, we have put on more documents this year than last year, so we'd expect to do the same thing next year as well.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, is that like a per document cost? Is that what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
Well, I would make a motion to accept it as is.
Okay.
Second.
Randall second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, we need to be page 61 next.
Which account
And
is
that is the county identification, Fund 1160. Karen?
Okay. Thank you.
What does this do?
What is what do?
This county identification?
The Security Protection Fund?
We're raising it $3,000.
We are saving up to plan another book scan. We have about another 100 years of books that we would like to get digital. And so we're putting back money and saving so that we can do that. A book scan will cost us anywhere between $50,000 and $100,000, just depending on how many books we're gonna do. We left the part-time staff project pay line the same. We want to keep that open. That way, when we do finally are able to do a book scan, that we might be able to hire somebody part-time to help us and come in and index, like we have years past.
Yeah.
So how much money is in that?
I'm looking.
Okay.
Where does the revenue come from for this? Out of our general fund?
No, it comes from perpetuation.
Yeah.
And we're talking about 1160.
1160
Yeah,
county
Fund
identification security.
1160, yes.
So, am I understanding you correctly that this request is just to build up this fund?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
current fund balance, $10,734 as of the end of July. So if everything goes as scheduled, it'll be
Be 5 more years.
$8,500 next, an additional, so that's $18,500. And you said, how much is it for a book scan?
Anywhere between 50 and 100,000. It really depends on how many books. I mean, we can do them, you know, at $10,000 or $20,000 for a book scan. They charge, I believe, and don't quote me on this, but I believe per book to come in and do a scan project. So with whatever money we had, if we have $20,000, we tell them, hey, we have $20,000, how many books can we scan for that? And that's what they'll do. We have learned in past scans that it's much easier to do bigger scans all at once because they do have to come in here and it's a 24-hour round-the-clock process, anywhere between 3 and 4 days that people are here inside the building scanning our books. And we have to have somebody stay there for that. So, I mean, it's just easier for us to do larger scans than to do the smaller ones. But that is our goal, is eventually get the rest of the 100 years digital. We have 100 years now.
But really what this is for, this amount is when you hire somebody to come in and index all that, correct?
No.
No, that's not?
No,
Okay.
the line item for the part-time project staff, we want to just keep that open for when we do a book scan to have somebody come in and help us with the indexing. But the book scanning project itself for the $8,500, that is what we are trying to save
Okay.
next year
I see.
for
Okay, I get what you're
a book
saying.
scan.
Okay, I'm lost whenever she says that though, because this appropriation's only going to be good for a year. What am I missing here?
Well, this is not
If they're
general
trying,
fund.
if they're trying to save this money, if we appropriate it, that appropriation's only good for a year.
But then it just rolls back into the fund.
So I don't see the point, I guess is what I'm saying, if they're not gonna use it.
It doesn't stand
Not
for
really
fund, it
rolling
rolls
out
back
that
into
fund.
general, doesn't it?
No.
No, this is not general.
They're not really building
Okay.
out that fund though, right? What am I missing?
This is not a general fund. It's a,
They just want to keep that line item open, so it doesn't matter if it's $5,500 or $8,500.
She's wanting to, what she's saying is they're doing this to help have the money for the book scanning, but yet she wants to leave, she doesn't want to close off the part-time project staff. They're still leaving it as a line item so that once they can do the book scanning, then they will have that money in there to pay somebody to do that.
Okay, I misunderstood what she was saying to start with
Yes.
then. She's not saying that they're trying to save money in this account to actually do the scan.
Right.
This is for the people, okay, I'm.
So that way she won't have to come back to this.
I was like, wait a minute,
Right,
it's just gonna go away.
Following the word.
Okay, are there any other questions? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So move.
Okay, so Karen made a motion to accept as is. I need a second, please.
Second.
Second by Brent. Sorry, Brian, I heard him first. All in
You're good.
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you for that one. Okay, next we need to go to, sorry, I just left my, page 74.
Perpetuation.
1189. Okay, and so on this, Sarah did the same thing. She included the raise with, with the tier included, so that part will have to be recalculated. Are there any questions or comments on this? Okay, if not, then I would entertain a motion with the recalculation on the base rate, and the 2.7% raise.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Karen for the recalculation of the base pay with the raise at 2.7% and the rest as is.
Second.
Second by Brian. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next page is page 76.
What account is that?
1217 county elected officials training.
Okay. Okay, that's just a straight, okay. I'll make a motion, we accept as is.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so we've got a motion from Karen as is, Brent second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, treasurer. We need page 4 there. Okay, and she did the same thing. They did a 4% raise, including the tier on the second deputy. So when we do this one, we're going to have to do the recalculation on that. So what I'm talking about recalculation is part of our departments added the raise on top of the base pay plus the tier, and part did it on just the base pay, and then
Are you talking
added
about
the
last
tiers.
year?
No, for this year too.
I didn't add anything to Stacy's stuff this year.
Her tier was already on.
It was added last year, the tier was added
Yeah,
last year.
yeah.
But I didn't add anything this year.
Right,
Yeah, but the tier needed to come off.
in order to...
Oh, okay, so-
2.7 on the base.
Okay,
Stuff, I understand, sorry.
okay. On your part-time, I see you did a 4% raise. Are you doing like a certain dollar amount?
It
Did
just
you do
gave her
those-
an extra 60 cents on the hour is all it did.
Okay,
She was at 16.12, it'll go to 16.72. Or
but it'll be
16.72. I did do the 4% raise, but
Yeah,
I mean,
it'll
it
be
didn't
times
increase it that much.
2.7% on the part-time.
Okay.
1656.
That's 56 an hour. Okay. I can't remember, our association dues, that's based on, is part of that based on your pay? Is that
Yes.
how it's done?
And our association's actually raising ours for next year.
Okay,
They decided to increase it.
okay. And then on the schooling and training, I see you've added 800, is that whenever you guys go to your state called conferences and
Yes.
stuff? Okay,
And the reason the increase is just prices are so much more now, with the travel, of course, and then, the hotel costs are just so more expensive now.
Parking.
Parking.
Yeah, yeah.
And then also, with the conferences that we have to go to, some of them are pretty far away, and the hotel stays are just ridiculous anymore, so.
yes.
I have a question.
Sure.
Tax statements.
Yes.
You need $300 additional for tax statements.
Yes.
Is that the printing of them? What is that?
That's the printing, the mailing, all of it. All we do is approve them, send a file to them, and they print them, mail them. That's for postage, paper, ink, all that stuff for the vendor. I was short like $197 this year because postage went up.
It says 110.24. You were short 110.24.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought it was 197, honestly, I did.
Well, the reason I'm asking that is postage has taken an awful increase. and they haven't come back to you? I mean, this quote is good?
I didn't actually ask them for a quote, I just put what they billed me for this year. And I knew that, because they didn't actually, they used something to give us a little bit cheaper rate on their postage, so they didn't actually use a stamp, they used
Right.
their tax exempt thing to do it, so. But, so that's probably why it was a little bit cheaper than what postage actually is, because they used their exempt stuff. But I didn't get a quote from them, I just increased it because I knew that postage went up and I knew I was short this year.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion with base pay recalculated and the 2.7% raise,
And then the two.
and then the rest of it as is.
I'll make it.
Okay, Ron made the motion.
Second.
Second, who?
Me.
Randall, I'm sorry. Randall second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you. Okay. Well, we're caught up and ahead of time,
Do ours,
so,
Yeah.
do ours. Councilman,
uh,
any of them we can do, I mean, we got to kill or we can go lunch now.
I mean, we've got, we're 15 minutes ahead, well, I guess we are half an hour ahead of what we were saying for lunch, so.
Yeah, we can do ours, get it before.
So kill 5 minutes.
I guess we can go ahead, there's no reason why we can't go ahead and do ours, right?
Page 16 and page 73.
16 and 73.
16 for us, 73 for Rennet Day.
Okay, so on the council stuff, I knew I did it incorrectly, I just did the 4% on everything just because whenever I turned it in, I don't remember why, it's been a while, but I knew that it wasn't correct. I didn't go ahead and recalculate all that, but it's based on everything with the tiers, so I've got that recalculated here. I've taken all the tiers out, and so I've got it all recalculated here.
Approved as is.
Add the line item on this, right?
What?
Are we gonna add the line item for council start?
Yes, we need to do that
On
for
that?
the,
you.
Yeah.
yeah.
Is
we need to do
that,
that.
so we have to do that as an additional for next year?
We can't add to it, can we?
No,
No, I can, since it's in the general and I'm in the general, we can move it, because you're not actually adding to the general.
To the bottom
You
line.
just can't make a motion saying that you're gonna
Add to.
add to a budget. You can say
Okay.
that you're moving it, but
We can move it
not.
around, we just
Yeah.
can't.
Did we do
So
that?
we're gonna
that's what we
add
did,
line
we
item.
made the motion
We
to
did.
move it to the council.
Is it gonna have the same number as what you have it now?
Can't have the same number because it's a different fund. I mean, it's different,
Like the
It's a
last
different
four, is that what
department.
just
you're
a
talking
different
about?
department, yeah.
Not have change.
It possibly could, as long as there's nothing else there.
Okay.
I could move it to,
understand.
I could create it as 0017.
Like the 6101 and the same number, but
Yeah.
yeah, that, whatever's easier for you.
Whatever.
I don't think that matters.
So any other questions or comments?
So who, besides me, was there somebody else that has a stipend for next year? I should have one next year, I think.
Yours will be in 2027,
Okay.
because it pays
It's a
in
year after,
arrears,
okay,
yeah.
yeah.
After so during your 6th year.
Okay.
So, but the stipends
I know what you
that
mean.
will be in there are what they were for 2025. 1,500 me, 5,000 for Jerry, 1,500 Ron, and 1,500 Brent. So,
So you'll recalculate all those?
I've got it all I've got our base pay.
Okay.
Yeah, And I just did it at the 4%, but we'll recalculate it to 2.7, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, at 4%, we almost got $500 raise, so. Okay.
You got 2 stipends in here, Randall.
I know. That's good, just stack them all on our budget, so we don't have to continue to anybody.
Yes, exactly.
So Kelly, I'd make a motion that we recalculate the base salaries, change the raise to 2.7%, and move the auditor's stipend line to our budget.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay,
As
Brian,
council's clerk. We're
Brian,
gonna tie with
second.
council's clerk, right?
That's what I wrote down in here, council clerk, and then I put in parentheses auditor. Okay, so Karen made the motion to recalculate base, do the 2.7% raise, and of course the tiers after that, and move the auditor stipend in as, into our budget. Brian seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, well, I guess we can go ahead and adjourn for lunch.
And then we'll get
Are you
the
gonna
rainy
do?
day.
Oh, rainy day, I'm sorry, yes. Oh, forgot we had that.
There's that one.
70, what did I say, 70?
73.
73?
Fund 1186.
Okay, what page did you say that again?
73.
73, I went too far, that's why I couldn't find it. Well, I thought he said 83, and I'm looking at that, and that wasn't right. So I heard the 3 part. Give me a hard time.
Is this the same thing we transfer every year? 750?
We have left 750 in that to, in case we have them come before, if we have anything come up, the rainy day fund. So that's like where we took stuff out for the tornado, right? Isn't that what we set up?
I mean, it didn't get any rain here.
I'm looking right now, 1186.
It's so that you don't have to do an additional appropriation. You don't have to wait 2
Right.
months.
Right.
You
Right.
just transfer and
Right. I'm looking here, 1186. Did you ask about Riverboat a while ago?
Yeah.
He did ask about it.
Riverboat's got 261,000 in it. And rain on us for today is, looks like 1,739,685.
How much more will we be having added into that this year?
for rainy day.
Yeah, because are we still getting, a payment from the hospital or whatever? How did they pay that?
It's $25,000 semi-annually, so.
Yeah, 50,000, and we're gonna get that again.
Yeah.
So,
Mhm.
anyway, so I don't remember, I think we had this,
And then I owe $18,000 for the Knox County ditches.
yeah.
From what?
For the Knox County ditches.
Once
Knox
that-
County ditches?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
did an additional appropriation because whenever we converted,
Mhm.
our rate percentage got moved a decimal. So they were shorted a lot of money last year.
So we had to take care of that the first part of the year, right? We took care of that in January?
Yes, I came before you to ask for an additional appropriation to help pay them that money back. We collected what we should have collected last year, plus the good amount for this year. So
What can we use it for?
What, the rainy day fund?
Loans.
So didn't we loan the commissioner money?
Anything?
You can
Yeah.
go for about anything.
Yeah, so we have an issue in Bloomfield. There's a stretch of road up here that the town of Bloomfield won't take over because it says it belongs to the county. The county says, we don't own it. The township owns it. The township says, we don't own it. It is up by the swimming pool, and if you all drive up there, it is beat to tar. And the town won't pay it because they say it's not our road. Back whenever it was platted out, it is not more than, what would you say, 500 yards, Karen?
Maybe.
Maybe 500 yards long. I want to approach the commissioners about finding enough money to pay that one time and get the town of Bloomfield in a headlock, and they then take deed of it. That's what I'd like, and to stop, because it's my district,
Chip and seal.
and there are people that are, as soon as they find out you're on the council or commissioners, they want to bang your ear about it. Why can't we get it fixed? Why can't we get it fixed? Why can't we get it fixed? Well, because nobody wants to claim
It
ownership.
should be, it's kind of like Hazel's Trail.
Okay.
You know where it's at?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's right by the EMA,
Yeah.
I've been down
Emergency
there.
Management
Yeah.
Office, right by it.
Is this the one that bears to the left there?
No,
No, it goes.
one that goes on to the swimming pool. It's the only piece they don't fix.
It's right there in front of what's the JC.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you drive right there in front of the JC building.
No, they say it's not.
Bloomfield says it's not. Bloomfield says if you go look at the deed, it's not, it belongs to the county. And they say it don't belong to us, it belongs to the township.
Go to NDOT and see who's collecting the wheel tax on it.
And that's who should pay for it. Will they tell us that one stretch of road right there?
Should. Because what you have, NDOT has a road inventory like for the county,
Okay.
and that's how you get
Thanks, Murray.
your wheel tax and your gasoline money, all that is through your road inventory. Because we redid that back when I was superintendent, because we had almost 275 miles of road in Greene County that had been built over the years, and nobody turned it in. So we weren't collecting any money to maintain.
Okay, that's where it started place. But anyway, I was thinking that, man, if we could, I don't want to put it in the commissioner's budget and force them to say, hey, we need to fix this. And then give it to the town of Bloomfield. Sign it over to them and say, if it belongs in your town, you need to
I
take
thought,
care
yeah,
of
that's like Robert, Jim, about that one that veered off to the left.
No.
it. No.
And so Karen, I heard you say something about interest. I don't think we get any of the interest put in this account.
Well, we talked about it at one time, and after I said that, I wasn't sure. Remember, we talked about the ARPA interest going into this, but I'm not sure that ever happened.
Yeah, it was supposed to, but I don't think, I mean,
I didn't remember
I
how that ended
know
up.
there was, the commissioners had said, yes, we could have the interest from the ARPA put in here, but I don't think it ever
I thought they had a
transpired.
request for that, to move it somewhere.
I don't
No.
think it ever happened.
Yeah, I don't think it did
We
either.
asked,
For that this year?
they asked for, they called it ARPA interest for something else,
The
but,
solid waste reconstruction.
yeah, so. Okay, so let's get back to rainy day fund. I need a motion to approve as is, if that's the way we're
So
doing it.
moved.
Okay, Randall, I need a second.
Second it.
Brent, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
So where does Bloomfield city town limits run out?
I thought way in
They,
the middle
they
of it.
stop right there where that road goes to the left.
A little less.
And they
start
pick
backing
up, right down the road, right,
Takes all the other houses up the hill
yeah, right down at the road, right there.
by that church.
No, not even that far, Brent, like right at the end of the parking of the JC building.
Yeah, it's,
I'm telling you, it is,
Freaking petty.
it is bad. Wait to drive over it.
about the pool.
Okay, well,
Talking about
I
right at
guess
that
we can go
point,
ahead and break
yeah.
for lunch.
I know where that.
Be back here by 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and shut this off.
Well, 1 o'clock. All right.
does.
Okay.
No, this one.
Are they updated numbers?
I don't know. I can't remember. I'll have to go back there and look.
Mike's back on.
Where's Karen? It's 12:59.
Hey, there's payroll in your office. You know, next year, if the payroll clerk would give all of these department heads the breakdown of base pay and stipend, we wouldn't have to go through this. Because they're getting confused. They're all just going back to what their budget was and putting the salaries down.
Most of them
Yeah.
did it. Not all departments have done that.
All so far?
All so far have,
Yeah.
but not all of them have.
Okay. But it would help if payroll would kick out a document that says, hey, here it is. These are the people this is the base.
Do I need to ask?
Because I'm sure they have that.
I was gonna say, do
I mean, they could-
mine up?
They could build it,
I'll
right?
let you know here in just a
Yeah.
moment.
Do I need to have somebody bring that up?
Yeah, easily enough. Because they're tracking it some way anyway, right?
You might have shorted somebody's money.
Just a thought. Because if not, we gotta go and make it, and then you gotta fix it. Aren't you gonna go fix all these?
Yep.
Okay, I mean, we're making motions up here like we're gonna go fix it. We're not gonna go fix it. You know me, I'm right there, just right at it.
Council clerk.
We're good at it. So moved. And all in favor?
So now I suppose we're gonna get a new job description for
We
you.
wouldn't have to do any of
Council's
it,
clerk.
right?
Council payroll clerk.
Oh, lordy.
Well, I don't
Well,
know.
let's start.
1 o'clock, start that, you know,
Yep.
time start time. yeah.
Okay, so Superior Court. Dina, you're up. We need, page 28 and 29.
First, I want to thank you for rearranging so that I didn't have to take a break in the jury trial in the middle of the afternoon. Some unforeseen circumstances arose this morning, and the jury trial was called off at the last minute, but I want to put a plug in for security. That's not probably all we need to say.
That's all it takes. That's it, that's all it takes.
People don't
I
always
think so.
realize that whatever we do, there's at least one court, if not two courts watching us, so we gotta make sure it's done right, or you just have to redo it all, which ends up costing the county, so
Right.
that's what we did, is to make sure it was done right, so that it didn't cost us, so.
I know we were here for 3 days, so we're pretty flexible.
Yeah, yeah.
I appreciate it, because
Yeah, no problem.
it's trying to make it all work.
Yep, that is okay. So Karen, we're on Superior Court. Okay.
Page 28.
I started right on that.
I believe the only changes in my budget from last year would be the salaries and for my court reporters. And then last year, we had asked for a little bit additional in our office supplies to address the chairs in our courtroom, and that was $2,400, and I took that back off
Okay.
for this year's budget. So otherwise, everything else is the exact same.
Okay, so I want to make sure I have these in correct order. So your court reporter that you have with the raise at 61,592 is Bridget.
That is correct.
And then at 46,781 is Caleb.
Correct.
Then 44,945 is Alyssa.
Yes,
And then 51,948 Diana.
yes.
Okay, so, I guess, clarification wasn't made, but the raise was not supposed to be on top of the tier.
Okay.
It was supposed to be base raise. on the base pay. So anyway, I've got it refigured here.
Okay.
But also, we decided this morning that we're doing 2.7% for the raise. So we'll take it back to what the base pay would be without the tier, and then we'll include a 2.7% raise, and then we'll add the tiers back in. With that being said, why I asked you this is because on Bridget's, when we had our special meeting and we decided on how we were going to compensate for additional years' service, I think if I figured right, you only added $600 additional. It should have been $600 for each additional 5-year tier.
Oh.
So you're $1,200 short on her.
Okay.
So after the first of the year, you'll just need to come back and ask for an additional appropriation.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we can
Okay.
get that in.
Yeah.
Correct, right, Heather? Yeah. So that we can get that in and get her pay squared away. Okay?
I apologize, I didn't realize that I didn't.
That's okay. I mean, I like to try to go through and see where everybody's put stuff, and believe me, this year, even with the tiers and some of this stuff, it's been a little bit easier than other years where people just put in whatever raise they want to put in, and I'm sitting here, well, this one's at 5%, and that one's at 10%. So it was a little bit easier, but, so I just wanted you to be aware that hers is $1,200 more. So,
Yeah, she finished, at the end of this year, will have been here 35 years.
yeah, so by that, she'll be 36, yes. So that's why she will qualify for that next tier up there, so. Are there any other questions or comments from anybody?
I will kind of just give you guys heads up, you'll probably see me before the end of the year, but I didn't put it in here because it's one of those things that's very fluid, but language interpreters, we have seen an influx of defendants that require a certified interpreter for Haitian Creole, and that is not an easy person to find. Now, next year, we might not have that, so that's why I didn't adjust it, but I may be back this year to be able to address that, because the person we found is out of state. I know that other counties use people that are not certified, but again, if those go up to the Court of Appeals, we have not used a certified interpreter, that automatically shows that, it's gonna come back.
Come from Haiti, huh?
Question,
Over there.
on the budget status, did you come to us already for an increase this year?
I don't believe so.
It looked like a language interpreters had a budget amendment,
I think we moved.
$600.
We moved some within our office from psychiatric to, I believe that's what we did.
Yeah.
Because we haven't seen as much
Okay.
help.
Yeah.
So we just moved it to be able to address, because for each defendant, this specific interpreter charges a minimum of 2 hours, and I believe he's $180 an hour. So if we have 2 defendants, he charges double.
Yeah.
So that's why we've had to, and I was able to talk to a couple attorneys yesterday, and we're going to hope that our 2-day jury trial with a Spanish-speaking interpreter needed does not go to trial, because if you have a jury trial, they are only able to do 3 hours at a time, so that means we would have to have at least 2 interpreters for at least 2 days. So we are trying to get that resolved. I'm trying.
Tell them to behave.
We see a lot coming off of I-69.
Okay. Okay, any other questions or comments?
Nope.
Okay, then I would entertain a motion to approve with the recalculated base and the tiers added in after the 2.7% raise is added on the recalculated base, and to accept the rest of her budget as presented. What do you say? Ron made the motion.
I'll second.
Brian second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you guys so much. And just so you know, I left Rotary early to get here, and it was our Veterans Service Officer was speaking, and he gave a great shout out, said that we have the best council and commissioners in the state of Indiana. So I wanted to make sure you guys knew that he put in that plug, and I did it after you did that.
But before he coming,
I put him up, tried to make sure I didn't make you mad.
Nicole.
Oh, okay. Not just opioids, you're drinking alcohol.
A little bit of everything.
This is
Holy moly.
Okay, so page 43.
What is that, or we're doing?
Drug and alcohol, Department 609.
General.
Wait a minute. Drug and Alcohol Department 6. Drug and Alcohol, What's the account number? Because I got 3 drug and alcohols on here.
It says Department 609.
Drug and alcohol.
2506. 43.
What is it?
2506.
Oh, okay.
No, I wasn't looking at 2506 yet. Oh, I
No,
was
this is
looking at
general fund.
regular drug and alcohol where you have your secretary.
Oh, okay.
Which is Heather, correct? And-
Drug and alcohol general.
Yes, general fund, drug and alcohol, Department 609, Karen.
609.
Truck report, Title IV, child support.
Way back here.
Jail.
I wasn't seeing it on the... Here we go. Okay, got it.
Okay, so, I'm assuming you did, I think I figured that you did the same thing, you just put the 4% on things with her tier pay in there.
I don't know that she's eligible for any additional tier pay yet.
No, but the tier that she had, that she got this year,
Okay.
correct? She did have a tier this year,
I went off my budget from last year.
but she had an $1,800 tier. Yeah, so that was already included in with that, but we're taking it back to what the base pay would have been for 2025 before the tier was added.
Okay.
So that's how we're calculating things. So it's at 2.7% now, so her base pay would have been $44,830 before the tier and the 4% that you put in there.
So I just do the 44,830 plus the 2.7% raise and then
Yes,
add the...
and then add the tier back
And that was
into it.
$1,800?
Yes.
Okay.
At least that's what I wrote down, so hopefully I'm correct on telling you that. Yep, 1,800. Okay, so, any questions or comments? I would entertain a motion with recalculated base and 2%, 2.7% rate.
So
I'll make
moved.
that motion.
Okay.
Okay, so Brent made the motion, Brian,
I'll
I'll put you
second.
down as second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next up would be Fund 2505, wait, 2505, page 92.
Drug-free Superior.
Yes. Okay. So the county drug-free, Fund 2505.
This is the LCC money. So we just start with a base of 5,000 in each of the categories, and it gets adjusted after we know how much we've collected for the year.
Okay.
So we won't know what we've collected until, for 2025, we won't know what we've collected until December 31st. So then it gets adjusted from there.
Okay.
Matt always had us come and just have a base amount for each category.
Okay, because last year it looks like it was 8750.
Yes.
So you went back to the 5,000 this year. Okay.
Because it's easier for us on calculating if we add to versus if we take away, because she can't take away.
Right.
She can only add to.
Okay.
So then it gets confusing on balancing.
Any other questions or comments? Then I would entertain a motion as is.
So moved.
Karen,
Second.
second. Randall, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next up, Fund 2506, page 93. Okay. Okay, and then the same thing on yours, that had the your tier raise in it.
I didn't add any raise for me
Okay,
because we can't afford it in the alcohol and drug fund anymore.
okay,
So if we're going to add a raise for me, it needs to come out of that opioid money.
okay.
I think we did raise your salary last year.
Yeah, so
Yes.
I got a substantial raise last year, so I didn't put any raise in for
Okay.
this year at all.
Yep.
And the reason you say it can't come out of the drug and alcohol fund, what is?
It's, drug and alcohol fund is based upon user fees, so it's how much money people are paying in to us.
Right?
We are in the negative, we're not collecting as much as we're spending right now,
Okay.
and I'm a little concerned by adding any additional amounts of money out of that. So if any additional raises for me, they need to come out of the opioid money instead, because I don't want to bankrupt this account.
Right.
Now, you have it says at the end of July, $119,000. Almost 120.
Yeah, you go back about 4 or 5 years, I had almost 200,000 in there. So it's
Gotcha.
dwindling. I don't want to bankrupt it.
When was the last time you raised fees?
We have a cap of $400, that's as high as we can go, and we charge the $400.
Is that set by legislation? How long has it been, 400?
Always, since I've been there. I started down the stairs in 2008.
Actually, it was 300.
It was $300 for many, many years. We raised it, maybe 5 years ago when I started noticing we were losing money. So we raised it up to the $400 cap. We can charge outside the $400 cap for drug screens, education classes, workbooks, and we do that to try to recoup some money, but we lose a lot of money every year. People just don't pay. We bill them on a regular basis. I even tried using an attorney for collection agents one time, but it gets sticky on whether or not they can be collection agents on money that's ordered by the court. So we do the best we can to get people to pay. Heather works really hard at working with people to try to get them to pay. We had one girl who came in and paid $5 a week. We take what we can, but we're losing money. And it's going out fast. So I don't want to add anything else.
I don't know the process, but if there's a bond posted,
Yes, we
upon
have a bond.
release of the bond, you can claim that?
Judge Martin and Judge Allen, on their bond release form, they put me as number 1 or number 2. So I always get the bond if there's a bond,
Good.
but there's not always a bond.
Yeah.
And then that's just the $400 that we
Right.
take. So if we send them to an education class, we're paying the educator to pay them, and then we're only getting $100 back for that. So, and we don't want to make the fee so incredibly high that no one can pay. Most of these people that we deal with are living in poverty, so we have to be mindful of that.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments?
Well, I guess I have a question related to the negative. How do you think we're going to resolve that for this year?
I have enough money in there right now, and we bring money in, and as long as I know that we are even, like how much we spent that much, how much we've taken in that much, as long as we stay about the same, then
Okay, I thought you said we were negative,
No,
not...
she said
No,
that.
I said that.
Okay.
So, July was a bad month for us, but that's because the judge was on vacation, so nobody, you gotta think, our money comes from when they're sentenced. So when the judge is on vacation, she has jury trials, things like that, the court's busy, then there isn't any sentencings, so then there's less money coming in. So like I freaked out in July because I looked at my budget and I was like, oh my gosh, we're not making any, we didn't make anything. I think we made like $1,000 for the month of July. So me and her talked about it, and we, it's basically because these things happened in July. So, I mean, but then there'll be a month where we may make $2,000 and kind of recoup.
I just went on 1 week vacation, not the whole month.
Sounded like it was all...
Good, as you said, July off.
No, you had like 2 jury trials. We had a jury trial, and of course, the 4th of July, and a lot of the attorneys weren't here, so they moved their cases. So we didn't do change of pleas, we could do initials and everything, but if they don't have their defense attorneys here, we can't get it through there, so. But just 1 week, that's all I did.
Make sure it's out there on public record, so.
Right. I was here 4 hours on Sunday, just like that.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion to accept this budget as is.
With the adjustment to the salary?
No, there is no adjustment.
Oh, that's right.
She didn't
It's
have a
no
motion,
raise.
so.
That's right. So moved.
Okay, Randall, second by Ron, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next up, page 83, unrestricted opioid. Okay. And so there was no change to this budget? No. Who is your recovery coach?
We do not have one right now.
Okay.
They're a little bit more difficult to find than you would think.
Okay, are there any other questions, comments?
I'm looking up here. If you
Okay.
could just give me a minute.
I will give you
Not
a
a
minute,
second.
okay? I'll give you a
There's no
minute, sorry.
confusion.
Here's my code.
So the recovery coach you said is vacant right now?
Yes.
What do you have to look for somebody to be a recovery coach?
You have to be a person who has lived life experience in addiction. And then we like to have someone to have a criminal justice involvement before.
You talking on the bad end or the good end?
At the end.
You need a recovered.
A recovery addict. And they're hard to find that have long enough recovery that we would feel comfortable putting in this kind of a position, because it's very sensitive information they have available to them, and some people are just not ready for that.
Right.
That makes
Wow.
sense.
I got openings for recovery.
Do you have lived life experience?
Well, not like you need, no. Jibble dabble.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion to accept as is.
Motion.
Motion by Jerry. Second.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, next up, page 82, opioid restricted. And who is your case manager?
So Carrie Goodwin has been our case manager. She had been being paid out of the IOCS grant money for pretrial services that we had been receiving for about 5 years.
Okay.
The state of Indiana has zeroed out the pretrial services grant money, so this year she will be paid out of the opioid restricted funds.
Okay. And all she had in here was just the 4% raise. Carrie does not
Yes.
have a tier
She does
on
not have a
there,
tier.
so.
So I just need to take that to the 2.7.
Yes, yes. And so you subtracted from your fringe, and then you added 30,000 prevention in this?
Yes, so that is for our Strengthening Families program.
Okay.
We are presently in the second round of a federal grant process to get that funded for 5 years through a federal grant, but we're only in the second round, and there's 4 rounds, and there's only like 15 of these grants that are given out a year. We're excited that we're in the second round, but I don't know for certain if we'll get that money or not.
And the prevention in the unrestricted?
The prevention in the unrestricted is where we pay out any additional requests for people that want to purchase things with the opioid restricted fund. That's how we paid for the K-9 program and the HITS training last year. So there's only, as you saw from the report I gave you, there's only certain categories that I can use for opioid restricted. We were able to pay for the prescription medicine take-back box that we purchased for the hospital out of restricted. We can pay for Strengthening Families out of restricted. We can pay for our contractual services with Deb Postman, who does our education classes out of restricted. But there wasn't a lot of law enforcement type things that came with the restricted funds, as in terms of training or purchasing of equipment or things like that, so they would take that out of the unrestricted.
In the prevention category?
Yes, in the prevention category.
Any other questions or comments? If not, I would entertain a motion as is.
So moved.
Okay, Karen, second.
No, second.
Brent, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Whoops, wait a minute.
Case manager.
We changed the salary, right? That's part of it.
Yeah, she knows the 2.7.
Okay, so this is.
Because we established the 2.7 at the beginning.
I just didn't think we made that in the motion. so-
Yeah, so.
So Kelly, do you have Carrie's base rate that I know, so I understand what I'm doing?
Hers should still be the same because you had,
Okay, so I should just be able to take what we paid
yes,
last year?
take that
She doesn't have it.
43,394,
She doesn't have it.
yeah,
Okay, I'm with you.
times the 2.7, yes. Yep. Okay, so next up is IOCS grant, page 98 in here.
There's no additional changes for the IOC grant from last year because we don't get the grant again this year.
Okay,
And we're not sure if they're going to make us pay back what we have left. We've asked, we
Okay.
have not heard back. But knowing that they have zeroed out the pretrial services grants this year, I don't know that they would ask for it back.
okay.
The $26,000 balance?
Is that how much is in there? I didn't bring that paperwork with me.
26,000, as of the end of July.
So I'm going to expend everything that I can expend out of that. And then whatever's left, then we'll pay it back if we're required to.
Okay, so I guess there's not really anything we need to do with this since it's been zeroed out, correct?
Well, I mean, I didn't put a budget for 2025 for the IOCS grant. I didn't put one in.
Okay.
Am I in the IOC grant?
IOCS, yeah. It shows
IOCS,
it.
okay, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong one.
Page 98
That's it.
and 8123.
So we have a budget.
It shows a budget.
forward from what was.
Yeah, I was gonna say there was a
Yeah.
budget, so,
Yeah, I didn't submit a new 2025 budget.
so those should all be zeros, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
for 2025, yes.
For 2026.
I'm sorry, 2026,
Yeah.
sorry.
2026
Oh,
is zero.
See, this is why I don't do this.
So we're not gonna approve this as presented.
Correct.
Right.
It's
So
just
we
not
have to make
funded.
Huh?
It's not funded.
Yeah. So it's just that when you printed out the budget books, it just went ahead and printed it and,
In that range of funds, so it automatically printed.
okay. We're gonna have another one with the health department too that doesn't have anything in it.
Right.
Awesome.
So do we need to make a motion to change that, or, I mean,
I don't think so.
No, 'cause it doesn't
No,
exist,
it
actually.
doesn't exist for 2026.
Whenever I finalize everything, it'll carry over zeros because I won't be adding anything new to it.
okay.
Okay. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You ladies have a good afternoon.
Have fun.
You know it.
Judge, what time you coming to work in the morning so you can let me in?
I'll be here before 8.
I let her run, what's going on, close. I forgot they didn't open doors till 8.
I was just relieved it was you and not one of our jurors. They get very angry, but we don't have everything set up until
Yeah.
8 o'clock, so jury's not ready for them to come in, and they don't understand why
Yeah.
they got here at 7:30 when we're not even in the door, so.
Right.
I'd be happy to let them in the morning. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Okay, so in 15 minutes, we're supposed to have weights and measures.
He's not coming.
He's not? Okay, so.
Let's do it
Okay,
now.
so let's go page 36.
36. Right there. Weights and measures, he's not gonna be
He's
here.
Auto Pro, but he's,
It's not Otto anymore, it's
I know.
David Birch.
but I'm sure he's come in.
Did he give you any kind of updates on why he subtracted money from his repair and maintenance part of the budget or anything like that, Heather?
He just said that he didn't use it all and that he had purchased the equipment that he needed to purchase last year because he doesn't have to purchase it new every year.
Okay.
So
Didn't
this
he
year
raise-
is a low year.
Didn't he raise that 1 year ago to get,
He did, to get
and
the
then
new
he's dropped it
equipment.
back, so he's good.
I had a question, just, I was gonna ask him if he's not here, but we don't pay him any mileage because, I mean, that's all he does is drive around.
I guess he figures that's how he earns his salary.
$19,000.
19,000.
Woo!
Yeah.
Just found that odd.
Well, no, that's a lot of work. You
Yeah.
probably hit every gas station, grocery store,
Well,
discuss
especially,
sale.
wasn't it, the first year he was the weights and measure inspector, he went through and did stuff, and then was it Walmart or somebody else, there were like 2 or 3 different gas stations, went through and redid stuff, so he had to go back a second time,
Yeah.
so.
Change the pumps or something.
Right?
I just thought he should get mileage.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
Well,
what he
you know,
does.
I think we used to.
I think Otto, it wasn't ever in this, I don't think, but I think he turned in for mileage, or maybe he, I don't know.
Maybe,
but-
does he turn anything?
I'm not sure.
Maybe he does, because I think Otto used to turn his in just as is, because he goes, I never know.
Well, it says on here, there used to be a budget line item for kitchen manager, so, in weights and measures, kitchen manager,
Must've been the one that done the grocery stores and things.
I guess, must have been.
Interesting.
Training and annual conference, there's a bunch of line items, but there's no mileage.
Training and annual conference deal, I remember that being on there. years
Well, he
back.
does have training on here for 500,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So,
Well, I guess if he doesn't want mileage, he,
Now, it says communication and transportation is the full line item
yeah.
in the budget.
So
He's got
maybe-
communication and transport, so maybe he uses some of that for mileage.
That could be part of it.
Okay, that would make sense, all right.
Okay, well, if there are no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion to accept the budget as is with a 2.7% raise.
I'll move that, make that motion.
Okay, Karen,
I'll second it.
on second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Do you want to go and do the event center?
I don't know that,
Was Sam coming?
I think Samantha will
Oh,
be
okay.
here for that.
Didn't we used to have them, all them townships or something we always had to do? Schools or whatever, townships, something we zip through real quick. It's not that we have to approve or change
Yeah.
anything, we just have to show that we looked at them and pass them.
So we just need the extension and magistrate, is that what we got left?
And circuit,
Circuit, county
Circuit.
extension, and soil and water too.
Yeah,
Soil and
coming
water
in.
will be here at 3.
3.
If you need a break, now would be the time to,
No?
we got so far behind, I felt like earlier this morning, and now...
I do want to look at this.
Yes.
What budget is this coming out of? Cross.
Well, see, he has several different ones, you
Yeah.
know, so...
Mm-hmm. And that is,
Are we taking a break?
Yep. We got nobody to,
We don't have anybody scheduled until...
11 and 12. 11 and 12. Yeah, it's hard to figure.
Yeah, you don't know if you have somebody in here 25 minutes or...
No, I meant the prosecutor, because he takes money out of several different funds.
I was transferring, so at the end of the day, can we go all the way to Mission Policy Drive? I can just kind of say,
Well, it's in bad shape.
doctor's appointment Thursday morning,
They want to fix it.
I'll be late getting here
Because
in
it
the morning.
belongs to the county. It's in horrible shape.
Not there's nothing going on Thursday morning, but...
Yeah, that's what I said.
If I don't take this appointment, then it's gonna be...
We should get them in a headlock and say,
Yeah, that's where
you know,
one of mine...
you're taking it, we'll fix it, and then you're taking it.
Actually,
Do something with it. Yeah, I think they just want to give it to him, we'll assign it over to you, but it's in bad shape.
Released from it.
And I'm gonna go with what he said. I'm gonna find out who's getting the wheel tax on that section of street.
it was so large that,
That's where I'm going.
Maybe nobody.
And it might be nobody, and guess
Well,
what?
it could be, but it has to be on somebody's road inventory is what...
I tell you who's gonna get it. Wheel tax Murray's gonna get it. Wheel tax Murray's gonna get the revenue, and we're gonna pay it
Everyone
for it.
calls me that every time he sees me, we'll tax money. Yeah. That's been, how many years ago we put that in? Had my first...
Here's what I had the other day. Elderly person. I see a road sign down here, says this county road was fixed with wheel tax. Did we implement a wheel tax? I said, we've had a wheel tax for a long time. That sign just says this road just got fixed because we spent the wheel tax.
And that
Do
came
we
out,
implement a wheel tax?
that came, I think,
Yeah, you know.
I think we did that two years before the Community Crossings grant where the matching money for paving roads. Because that's when it was all kicked around, you were here obviously. Because they said, if you do not pass that, we will not give you any money.
Who do I contact about the wheel
I'm not
tax?
sure you'd get a hold of the NDOT's where you'd start and get road inventory.
So, would Roger know?
Should,
He'll know the road inventory for the county,
he should have the road inventory for the county.
so I can start with him and say, is this piece of road on the county's inventory? Because they're claiming it is.
You see, we run into the same thing. If you go to M Street Northwest in Winton
Mm-hmm.
and turn back, used to be Ellis Water back there where you paid your bill. You go straight off that curve, there's a gravel lane back there that Battersock put in. Everybody swore them down, that's city's roads. You go to that Hastings trailer court there in the southwest part of town. They kept saying all that property was city property. Well, it's not. If you're in the city, your last two digits in your ID number when you pull up your property statement, you'll either have an 18 or a 17. If you're an 18, you're in the city. If you're a 17, you're outside the city. You go down White City Show Road, and that's where our city is really zigzags weird down through there.
Hello, Billy.
Because we got people down there that
I'm good. Did you get over last week?
Sure.
Did you go fix it?
Not yet.
Oh,
I need to talk to, I had to be out of town over
That's
the
fine.
weekend. I had a wedding, and so I just got back today, so, but I am going to do that. I'll talk with,
that way, if somebody in the office, whether it's Sam or Mary or somebody else does all of that, you can transfer the stipend to them. You can pay it for doing that responsibility. If Sam went out on maternity leave,
Hey, no, that factory shut down. No more.
so are you saying to change the title of that?
I'm saying leave it as an intern, but be able to pay it to whoever does the job.
Okay,
Yeah, just leave the intern in place and put a $4,500 stipend, was it $4,500?
Yes.
Stipend on it, and if someone in the office does those duties, say, hey, they get the stipend.
so then those duties are going to, don't have those included into the office manager position?
Unless you're gonna make it permanent and sunset the internship.
Okay, all right.
Which you sounded like it's hard to find them, you don't pay enough, or if you don't pay enough, it doesn't pay enough, and the jobs are being absorbed in the office anyway.
Yeah, and this way you're not stuck paying it to one person. If, you do some work on it, then she can get paid through it. You do some work, you get paid for it.
Yeah,
Well, and I think that's where the question was too initially, whenever we were even thinking about doing this, was, okay, what do we start? We just completely add those duties onto my job description and get rid of the intern position, but then it's like that. If I were to leave and the person that took over my position didn't take over those and Mary took over it, then it's not wrote into Mary's job description.
You're right, that makes sense.
So it's just a matter of leaving everything, the job description is staying the same, just verbiage.
make it available that, yeah.
So is that something that gets wrote into that intern position?
The duties, like if there's duties.
Could be, yeah. These duties can be assumed by office manager or any other extension staff. And upon assumption of those duties, they will be eligible for the stipend.
Okay.
That's the way I would write it.
And then-
Because as you said, it'll go along just like that till sometime 3 or 4 years down the road. Then you get an intern, and then you can step back and say, okay, there you go.
Okay.
It's all yours, and you do it, and I'm going to take a vacation during Fair Week.
Well, so with that listed as the title of the summer intern, so say we did need an intern, but not during the summer per se?
Yeah.
Is that something that's doable without having to really do anything? So say between like January and April, or January and May, we needed an intern then? Is that something that we just come and say, hey, or get with Marvin and say, hey, we need to post this internship?
No, I would take it off summer, just make intern.
Okay, so then it's not seasonal specific and it's just...
And you pay it by the hour,
Yes.
so if there's money left over and the job's not done, then whoever assumes the job gets the money.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But to put it all on one person, the office manager, and then have to say, okay, well now we're cutting all of that out, because I think you really wanted to raise the salary $4,500, then, or get the stipend.
Right, to whoever was going to be doing those extra.
Yeah. I'd keep it as intern and kind of make a list of the stuff they do. You've got a job description already, right?
It would just be a matter of looking at what we put in,
Just kind of moving...
tweaking it,
Yeah.
to see if they...
I fully expect that if Samantha's doing the job, you'll pay her until someday it changes. Either she gets tired of doing it, or you get an intern, a hotshot intern that steps in, or maybe you get an educator that steps in and says, hey, I'll do all that.
Right.
I'll take on the extra duties.
Right.
Or maybe not.
Not sure.
There's always wishful thinking. No.
So I just need to talk with Marvin and redo all that, and I'll let him see it, and then bring it back to the council. Okay, I can do that.
And did you put it in the budget for next year, intern,
Yes,
$4,500?
I did. Mhm.
That solves that.
Yes, it was in there.
Because then at least it's in there and it can be transferred or
Right.
moved around. If you didn't put it in there, then it's not available.
Yeah, they've got it listed as overtime, summer hire. What's listed now under the budget. So actually, if they leave it in there as overtime, summer hire, they wouldn't need to change anything, would they?
I don't think so. Is that how you put it in the budget? Overtime, summer hire?
That's just how it's always been listed. I mean, it's never.
That's payable.
You could leave that the way it is, and then if you do the work, that's just considered overtime, I mean.
Yeah,
What I put in
So
under,
then we don't even need to change anything.
I don't think so.
Not unless you just want to say intern.
No.
Myself personally, I'd leave it like that and pay whoever does the work.
Yeah, pay whoever does the work.
So then, okay, so if we're leaving basically everything the same, does she need to still come to say this is what we're gonna do with it? It's just a matter of, so say I did all of that for that week, so we break it down to whatever the hourly rate is, then Mary just fills it out on the timesheet voucher that it comes.
charge it to
from that
overtime.
much From that line item?
Overtime, summer hire.
Okay,
okay.
that makes sense.
I don't have to read
We don't have to read anything.
take out what I'm gonna put in.
Don't you think, Brent?
We didn't do the PD that way.
So,
In what?
we're just gonna leave
Do what you're saying.
My
I mean-
office.
That was the new position description that they gave us, and we did not approve it, we'll go back and look at it again. Because that's the way it was written.
Oh, I don't know.
That she just presented at last meeting.
So then.
Well, we tabled it.
Right, so we haven't approved that to do
Yeah.
that.
We're saying just leave everything the way it is. Don't come and ask for additional job description or anything. They've always had overtime, summer hire money in there. Pay that to whoever does the job. You don't have to come and ask us,
Oh, I don't know.
can I hire this
I didn't realize
person?
you talked about it.
Oh, that's inside your purview.
Last meeting.
It's in the budget.
I didn't realize you guys.
Somebody does the work.
That makes it easy.
I can't find this. What's this listed under?
County Extension,
County Extension, there it is.
County Extension Services.
Whatever the hell you.
Oh, we're still ahead.
What are we doing next?
Services.
You are?
Is that what we're doing next?
Yeah, here in a minute, when Haley gets back.
Oh, she's got one.
Yeah, she's talking with you. Oh, dear. Eating that down there, I'm getting sleepy. That's good much, you know, I like that.
Well, the other salaries and salaries and utilities, that's all that's changing, isn't it?
Forget it, just kidding.
There's the problem.
That's extension service, or they located in the community building. How they divide their utilities up over there?
The tenants just pay a flat rate,
Pay a flat rate.
I think, yeah, that's the way I understand it.
I'm not sure how they've done that. I knew they weren't metered separate,
Yeah, I think the tenants just pay a flat rate.
I don't know if they charge them by the square footage of their office.
I don't know.
Okay, if you guys are ready, we're ready for county extension budget. And that's page 14, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, I did notice today, as I was looking over this, that there was a change, but it is, I guess, a positive, because it's not adding any money, it's taking away. If you look on page, I think it'd be page 2, under utilities, for some reason, I requested $12,400, and it should have been $9,300. I don't know what happened there, but
They just leave it the same as last year. then?
yes.
Should have been left.
It should have been left the same, and I don't know what it is.
So that,
So we had
so you're not in the red on that line or anything?
No,
So
not at all.
subtract 3,100 from that
Yes,
then?
yes,
Okay.
So that takes the total services and charges, that takes it to $167,135. And then the overall budget estimate would be $273,665.80.
Okay.
273, 665.
Yep, 273, $665.80.
Oh, can't give you the 80. Don't work out.
I have a question then. So last year, you're $9,300, not last year, 2025 budget, the one we're in right now. $9,300, you've expended it. Is that something you pay to the event center, or are you paying a utility bill and it's up front, or you're not paying it monthly, it doesn't look like? It's what you pay.
I think it's what you pay for.
So the utilities, the title is completely wrong, because it's technically paying the Purdue Extension's lease
Yeah,
there.
okay.
But, I mean, you guys give the money in a paper trail. And so that's what, the only thing that comes out of that. That $9,300 gets wrote at the beginning of the year to the event center to then turn in as a lease payment.
Gotcha. And it's not going up.
So that's your lease utilities. That's what you pay for the year.
Correct, yes.
775 a month.
No change.
So it's Purdue's lease for their offices?
Correct, yes. Yeah, so each entity that's over there right now pays the $9,300 a year.
So all the tenants are paying the same amount,
Correct.
regardless of the square footage that they have?
Yes, but there's changes coming.
There's changes
Because
coming.
Foundation added a new position, and then there was also that early child care grant that they got. So there's 2 offices there that we're working on figuring out the leases. And it was $260 a month per room, or $3,100 for the year per room, per entity. So no matter how many offices you had, it was however many times $3,100. And that covers all utilities, phone, internet,
Everything.
water, gas, cleaning. Then they get free use of the building as well, for rental stuff.
You guys got another account? Because I thought I saw janitorial services somewhere.
That'll be under the event center stuff.
Okay.
This is just under the county extension.
Okay.
Okay, so here again, the pay was done with, the tiers added in, and so it's being recalculated. The raise is 2.7% instead of 4%. We decided that this morning.
Okay, so that changes it.
It'll change things, yes, so.
Okay.
It's on your base pay, the raise doesn't go on the tier.
The tier's added after.
Yeah, so, anyway,
Just
so,
get a new employee, you don't hire them in on the tier.
yeah, so. So are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion with recalculations and the 2%, 2.7, I don't know why I keep saying
2.7
2.7% raise
and the 3,100
and
cut off the line.
the 3,100 taken off the utilities line.
I'll make
Just a minute, I'm doing the math here, just
Okay.
a minute. contractual services, looks like you raised that 3%.
Yes, that was from Purdue.
Okay.
That was given to me by Purdue.
Gotcha,
Yeah.
okay.
We don't have any. they
Yeah, well, I knew it
say
wasn't.
We don't have any
4,
today.
and it wasn't 2.7.
Yeah.
Right, that was just,
That's fine.
that was given to me.
The new contract number. Okay, I'm good. I'm ready to
Okay,
proceed.
so who was it that started with motion, Ron? Okay, second?
That's minus the utility.
Yeah, minus the
Second.
31. Okay, Randall seconded, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I got 80 cent discrepancy there.
Right. Okay. Okay.
She'll owe 80 cents.
Just don't burn our building down.
Event Center. Thank you. Event Center, page 96.
Not called event center on here, what is it?
One called it some.
Community
It should be
event.
those as community, Green County Community Event Center.
Tell you here in a minute.
Oh, Green League, G, okay, hang on, look.
4903 is.
Fund 4903,
312, okay.
page 96 in our book, yes.
No. Is it a non-general?
No, it's in the general,
Is it?
right? 312.
Who does the cleaning?
You said 312?
I think 312.
I thought so.
Does any of our courthouse employees do any cleaning or mowing over there?
I got a green
I mean,
county building.
I do the cleaning over there, but I have the I sign a paper saying that because I am an employee and then I get paid for doing it.
No conflict of interest.
Yes, that's it. But yeah, no, our mowing guy, he's an independent person.
I'm on the wrong page, hang on a second. Green County General, what is it?
It's Community Event Center, it's Fund 4903.
Okay. Oh, page 4903.
I got it. It's under Green County Building.
Page 96.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about this.
So you took $12,000 off the janitorial supplies, so are you supplying all those supplies now, Samantha?
So the supplies get provided by the county. We do have a Centos line item, that has $3,500 in there, that they supply all of our toilet paper, paper towels, any of the cleaning supplies, that's what that covers. So that $12,000 that was in that janitorial supplies line was not used for that this year. I didn't even realize it was there until a couple of weeks ago, when I had to move some money because of cleaning supply, or the janitorial line item itself needed to be funded more due to when we did budgets last year, we didn't know who and what the price was going to be for 2025 of the cost, so we just shifted some money around.
You can get that a lot cheaper through Centos in that area than you can.
So the cleaning service is your cost?
Yes.
Okay, and you're asking for a $6,000 raise there?
Yes, because that was the difference from whenever last year the new building wasn't, or the new addition hadn't been put on there, and so that's including the cost of the additional rooms.
Okay, do you have a conflict of interest on file?
Yes, I should.
Okay.
Also, with that Centos, they take care of the rugs and stuff too there, right?
Yep, they bring out all the rugs monthly, and then they bring us clean towels and the mop heads and the big dry sweeps. They bring all of those monthly.
What's B-Tech?
Fire.
Yep.
Oh, is that what you said?
Fire monitor.
I didn't know you were answering my question, sorry.
I was going to, and I didn't want to jump in when she was still talking. Fire protection and sprinkler and
Okay,
Fire extinguishers.
booster,
Yeah.
certifications.
Mm-hmm.
You have $102,000 in your budget, in your fund, did you know that?
As of right now.
You know,
I just pay my bills and then watch for red to ever pop up.
I'm just saying that because Samantha, when the event center first started, I did that job right there.
Yeah.
It was never in the black.
No, oh no.
And Matt Baker finally, I guess, got somebody in a headlock and says, you guys gotta give this thing some money somehow because it can't live in black.
Well, the only reason
Can't live
it's
in
got
red.
money in it right now is because it's been under the edit lit until this year,
Yeah,
until
we were under that
2025.
for 2 or 3 years, so I didn't even have this budget. So we had this originally,
Yeah.
whenever you guys first started, and then they took it away because we were such in the negative. And
Yeah, with the
then
bailout.
they let us, all of the rental incomes and the leases then went into this 4903 account fund while we were using that lit edit to pay out all the bills. So that's where we came up with this money that's still in that fund, but that's only going to last us, I mean, we were gonna get through, what, 2.5 years, I
Yeah.
think was what the estimated was,
So
was gonna
for
get us through.
2027's budget, she will not be able to come here and present this.
What?
No, I mean,
Because
I'll be
there
able to
won't be
present
enough-
that I'll need this,
Yeah.
but there
It
won't be,
there won't be enough money to fund it.
Oh,
so I will be needing money at that point.
I wasn't paying attention, I think.
Even with the 102 in
Why
there?
won't there be money there?
Because you won't be giving me money technically now because that money is in that fund.
See, what happened is the commit, because we were in the
because you're
negative,
using-
we were using the lit edit money
Yeah.
to fund this. And then, the commissioners decided last year that we needed to put it all back under 4903
Okay.
because they thought the new leases would help take care of that. But those of us on the event center board find that it probably will not be self-sustaining.
Not when you have that many that do not pay
yeah,
as tenants in the building.
for events.
Correct.
We went through that too, you know.
Yeah, well,
Is that there's not enough events to pay this $70-some thousand budget.
right.
Yeah.
So I want to go back to the cleaning services though. So have you got a new contract or,
I have a contract for 2025, yes.
but
The
you're looking?
2026 contract has not been signed, but when talking with Rick, that it's just going to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's just going to be an extension for next year, and the price is not changing from what it is this year. So I had to put an increase in there due to whenever we did the 2025 budget in 2024, that amount was not budgeted because it did not have the new additions cost in the cleaning.
The cleaning contracts were rebid. They did rebid it,
And was it bid for the new addition?
yes.
For 2025.
And it is for how much money?
$1,500 a month.
Which is how much?
Right there, 18,000.
18,000.
Yeah, 18.
Okay.
1.5.
And so you do have a contract for 18,000?
Yes,
You have a signed contract for that?
yes, for 2025. The signed contract for 2026 has not been done yet because we have not done the extension yet, but that is in the works.
So you're
At our next-
expecting that to go up for 2026?
No, 18 will stay for 2026 because that 15,
You're saying for 2026's budget, which is actually going to be 2027? Because this is 26, this budget.
yes. My price increase will not be going up for
For
next year's
2026?
budget.
For 2026?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
It's going up supposedly for 2027?
No, it had to go up from previous year, before the addition.
Okay.
It's going from this year.
It's going up from 2025's budget into 2026, but
Yes.
it's because she has additional rooms to clean.
And was there a new contract for that?
There will be a new signed contract for that, yes.
And how are you
It's not
gonna
signed.
reconcile your budget with a transfer? You're gonna come in with a transfer here before too long?
Oh, yes, we took care of that.
She was
So
able to
there's-
transfer
that's where that-
between
so
lines.
there's, what does it show, like $65, I think, maybe in the negative in the cleaning supply, or the janitorial line item? we moved, that's where that janitorial supplies line of 12,000 came into play. We moved 8,000 from that line to the janitorial line to cover the 2025 cleaning budget for the rest of the year.
Shortfall.
Yes.
Yes.
So we don't have to come back and ask for any extra money or...
But this contract is between,
So the contract that you have right now expires when?
Yes.
End of this year.
2025?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't have a contract for 2026?
Not
yet.
assigned.
So that'll be
2026,
rebid?
Yes. No.
Why not?
There's going to be an extension put on it, is what Rick
Because the
said to
commissioners
do.
have said that's what they will do, is they will extend it for 2026.
because this falls under commissioners.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
You probably know one of them guys.
I do know one of those guys.
I'm not understanding this here, dang it, now.
Huh?
You're up to me, I'm not understanding this, straighten me
I
out.
understand that, there's just a different
Were you wanting to bid on it? Okay. Personally?
I personally think there was a conflict of interest in the way it was done the last time.
No. Well, I'd take that up with the commissioners. I just thought maybe you wanted to bid on it.
No, I don't want to bid on it. I just think it was not done correctly the last time.
Well, the event center board is the one that voted on things.
But
Was-
I think the person who opened the bids should not be the person who got the contract.
They weren't done that way this year.
I did not this time.
was
They weren't done that
Things
way.
were done inappropriately before, because there was never any guidance on what was to be done, because originally it was told to the board that they were to be handling those contracts, and then that was before I even bid on it, because I've not always, since I've worked here, I haven't always cleaned it. And then me and Nate had a conversation, and it was told that, that is not something that any contractor to ever even come to our building, or even to, well, I can't even
The board.
use these two. The other board members of the building board, that it is to go straight to Sharon, and that's where those
how it's all
bids are to
handled.
go. And that is where, this last time, whenever we rebid the cleaning contract and the mowing contract, all of those were told to go straight to Sharon, and I never saw those personally. And
So it's been
those
bid
came
again
to
since
my-
that first time then?
Correct, yes. So it's been done, it has been done correctly this last time when we initially did it.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so are there any other,
But no,
Comments or-
no help from the courthouse maintenance staff in any way.
The only time is if Tim comes over for like just general building maintenance.
Yeah.
But not for the
Cleaning or
cleaning
mowing.
purposes.
Or mowing.
Or mowing.
Okay.
okay, so are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion to accept the budget as is.
So moved.
Okay, Randall, second.
Second?
Second by Brent. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Who made the second?
Brent. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Circuit court, magistrate?
Well, Circuit Court is not here yet.
And I just want to break, or you want to keep pushing on?
We'll keep pushing on. We just had a break. Casa is here.
Chip, if he wants to...
No,
I said Casa's here as well.
Yeah.
And they're actually next on this, Casa's actually next on the,
I'll go ahead, if that's okay with you.
Casa is next.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and work on costs
As long
while
as,
you go do that.
yeah.
I just
Okay.
figured he was here for that since he's
No.
her boss.
Okay.
I don't take it on my own.
You're all right.
Okay, so, page 27. Okay, so, as far as the raises, it's a 2.7% raise is what we're doing, and things are being recalculated if you added your tier in there for base pay.
Okay.
So that's how we're doing things right now.
Okay.
Are there any other
Mileage.
questions?
Mileage is, raise is only a raise, isn't it?
Yeah, mileage went up and
Yes, I did
then,
ask for 2,500 additional mileage. I've carried an overage in grant funding, but I am depleting that. And since, like, I started at Costa now, I've never asked for mileage to be up, but mileage has doubled. And like Blake is driving to up by Lake Michigan. We don't have a whole lot of control because it depends on wherever the children are placed by DCS. So it has heavily affected, like, I'm usually running out of mileage by like April or May. I only ask for 2,500 to kind of just supplement, because like I said, I am taking it out of matching grant funds to get that overage down. I believe like as of today, like when I looked at my matching grant fund, there was like 71,000 overage in it. That is what I started the year with. Last year was 72. I think by the end of this year, I will probably be depleting our matching grant by 10 to 15,000 is estimated for the rest of the year by the time we figure out mileage. So, and mileage is a little bit hard to track in the CASA program because our volunteers also get mileage, but that is if the volunteer turns in their mileage. So you don't ever know from year to year. If they all turned it in, it would be a very expensive cost. Right now, I think like only 4 or 5 of the volunteers turn it in is what we're paying out, and that's kind of an every year, but that was the only increase that I asked for.
So on mileage, right now, there's about 9% of the budget cut. And you're gonna come back for additional appropriation, you think, to finish yourself through the end of the year?
I do not think so. I have budgeted that into the matching grant. But because I can, when I wrote grant last year, I asked to use matching grant funds to cover mileage, so I'm taking it out of there.
Okay. Your longevity fund, it's about $700 in the hole. What happened there? Didn't plan for somebody's longevity. It says last year's budget was $800 and $1,509 was paid out.
It got taken out of the one thing. I went upstairs and got that.
Yes, it got taken out of the wrong.
Something got taken out?
Yes.
Doesn't belong on longevity? Okay. It'll be fixed?
Yes.
I thought there was one that somebody didn't plan for and we had to get an appropriation for. I just didn't know who it was. One of them last year and all that confusion.
yeah.
It's okay.
I don't think it was on that. I think it was,
It don't
I
matter.
can't remember off the top of my head, but it did come out.
You're aware of it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fixed. Okay.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, then I would entertain a motion with recalculated base, 2.7% raise and the tier and then the rest. Okay, so Ron made the motion. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Karen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, and then the next one,
It
we've
was
got...
comp time that was taken out of longevity.
The
Comp
what?
time.
Comp time, okay.
Speak like they, and I have
She's still CASA, right?
Yes. Okay.
You're still up, don't think of shit.
Oh.
You're not done yet.
Yeah, it's not. Okay, so do you still, so page 101, Fund 9134, do you still have the capacity grant?
We do not.
There's no grant there, okay.
That will be reapplied for, so that's a competitive grant. I've been denied the past 2 years because of the overage and the state matching grant. I have not received capacity. I do continue to apply for that every year.
Okay, but there's nothing for next year, so,
Just
okay.
leave it alone.
Yeah.
At this time, because
Yeah.
that grant is submitted in October and I find out in January.
Okay,
So just leave it?
yeah, just leave it.
We always still budget for it, just
Yeah.
in case she gets it done.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we need to go ahead and, do we need to make a motion to accept it like that, or just leave it?
You can make a motion to leave it.
Well, we're gonna have to approve the budget anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to accept it.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Where is it?
Okay.
Fund 9134.
Okay,
So
well,
Brent made the motion to accept,
It doesn't exist unless we get the money, so.
Ron seconded.
Brent and Ron?
Yes, all in favor, say aye. Okay. Okay. Now, on the matching grant, you've got CASA salary supplement. And so then that'll just be at the 2.7%. It's,
What is this for? Salary supplement, isn't it?
The salary
Yeah.
supplement comes out of our matching state grant.
Yeah, where does it go?
There is no.
Is it for yours or for the entire department or?
Each of us get a supplement, so I get a supplement, office administration gets the supplement, and then the juvenile court advocate gets a supplement.
it's in the,
Is that like a stipend?
no, it's not a stipend.
When is it paid?
Yeah.
End of the year?
No, it's paid on a
It's paid-
bi-weekly basis. It goes
It's
with
paid
our-
with their pay. If you look in the,
There's nothing been charged against it this year's budget. There's still $30,000 there, but there is stuff that's in the negative in this account.
It just needs to be moved to different lines.
Okay. Because it says you still have $30,000 this year. You wanna look at it?
if you look at,
Let me look at your, that might help.
Look at her,
So this is, as of the end of July, you still have 100% of that $30,000, had no charges against it.
I think it's because, so, 'cause it's listed here as salary, council salary supplement, it actually comes out of the matching, the state matching grant.
That is
Where
the
that
matching
comes
grant.
from.
CASA matching grant. So it's being expended somewhere in here, expenses, year-to-date expenses, only 12.8. I'm not quite sure where it's being charged to, right here? And then non-appropriated? Not quite sure. Do you see that, Heather?
Yeah, I would have to look at a payroll voucher to see what it's listed.
Yeah, is it coming out of non-appropriated? That wouldn't be enough either for 30,000 halfway, 7/12 through the year.
well, so she gets out of, so it shows that you, for 2025, that you got $4 and, you get $4.12 out of it. But it's still showing on the, it's still showing on the salary ordinance that Blake is getting $1.37 out of the capacity grant, and that Vicki is getting 96 cents an hour out of the capacity grant.
Those are both out of state.
Yeah, they're both out of this matching one, correct?
So their supplements do come out of capacity unless we are denied capacity like we have been. And so
Right.
then their supplements are wrote into the state matching grant
Okay,
to take out of there.
yeah.
So, and like that 30,000 is like.
That's this same number.
Yeah,
right here.
so that's a general estimate of like what the CASA grant is, because we don't get amounts. That's how like Matt did it before. So like this year, which I just received those, state matching grant will be a total of $15,922.
Okay.
So last year it was 18,000, I didn't get 30,000.
So it's just one of those that we go ahead, I guess, and approve, kind of like the capacity grant, and then whatever money she gets, yeah.
It does come out of non-appropriated.
But that's what it is, it's the non-appropriated number,
Yeah, it's their supplement.
even though we have a line item for supplement. Because the supplement can't be more than the grant.
Right.
You put $30,000 on this account as an expense, and you get paid 15, you can't drive it in the hole, or do you? I mean, you got a $79,000 balance there. Did it take full 30,000 as supplements?
No, so It's not $30,000, the supplements aren't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's what it's showing.
Yeah, no, it's 7,500, 2,500 and 1,000, so $11,000.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So how is that determined, I guess? That's not really that's not really part of their salary?
It is.
Yes, it is.
It is, but it can also be denied. So when I write for the grant each year, that is wrote into the grant, asking for grant funds to pay a salary supplement. When grant goes to approval, they can deny those salary supplements.
So then their salary is less
Yes.
than what we just approved somewhere else, I guess.
So I could lose that supplement any year if it was denied through the grant.
But the part that the salary that we approve is the salary that they will get paid. But if she has grant dollars, then they each get that amount that she has in there for the grant.
Well, and that's what I was asking, how is that, because you gave different amounts, how are those determined, who gets how much? You said 75, 25, and 1,000.
Yeah, I have never changed it. It was wrote from when Ms. Black was director. So she's the one who figured those totals.
Title and time, maybe.
Huh?
Title and time, maybe the director gets the most.
I don't know. So it sounds like we've got a bunch of corrections to do, is that correct?
It's however you guys want it. I mean, if you want it broke down on,
I mean, we don't want negative amounts, when she said, when you say they were in the negative?
it's not appropriated. If you look at any budget, not appropriated is always negative, because it's money that's not appropriated.
Right, but you got a $30,000 line item there that we're not touching.
Right, I think Matt just had them do a budget just for transparency. There's never been like appropriated lines within that budget.
Yeah.
So we have to do anything with it?
That doesn't make any sense to me, I guess.
It's part of the budget, though.
I mean, I don't know why anything goes to non-appropriated.
I mean, it's not in the
I
general.
mean, if it can go to non-appropriated, I don't know why we all have a job. Just let everything go to non-appropriated.
Exactly.
So we still gotta-
Well, I think for this, we still need to go ahead and do a motion as is or whatever, and then that's something we're gonna have to work on and see if something needs to be changed. I don't know. Right now is not, I mean, we can kind of talk, we're talking about it, but, I mean, there's not really anything we can do about it at this point.
It's not
I'm saying that,
The accounting of it doesn't make sense, because right here, we're sitting here today being asked to make an appropriated budget line item for $30,000.
right,
And vote to approve that. And yet, every time they take money out, they're writing it against a non-appropriated line item when the 30,000 number sits right below it. So we're giving you the authority, but when you are taking it against the balance sheet, you're just saying it's not appropriated. It is appropriated. We appropriated $30,000 to it. I feel.
yeah.
So we're gonna zero it out?
So I don't know. Either go all non-appropriated and take this page out, or put it where it's supposed to be.
I don't think it should go to non-appropriated.
No, it should be- it should go against CASA salary
If it's a grant, it should go to the grant like all the rest of them.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would think the State Board of Accounts would have a problem with that, but...
Well, it's called matching grant, so we have to leave the page in, don't we?
Yeah.
It's something that she applies
Okay.
for.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with approving this, I
Adjusted there.
Yeah.
Line item and wording.
And we've done this for how many years?
don't mean we did it right.
True. We need to stop doing it that way, I guess.
Yeah.
State Board of Accounts hasn't dubbed it yet.
No. Well, it's not been zero.
That just takes one person to figure it out, though.
Okay. What are we doing, a motion?
A motion as is, I guess, for right now, and,
Per funds available by grant?
pardon?
Per funds available by the grant?
Yeah, for funds available as grant.
Did you make that?
Sure.
Okay.
Second.
Brian made the motion, Ron second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Now I'm done,
Yes.
thank you.
Sometimes potato, tomato.
Exactly. Okay. Which one of you gentlemen is coming up here? Circuit Court or Magistrate Court?
It goes into.
I guess I will.
Afternoon.
Just saying, but you don't spend that much you get.
Yeah, no, it's appreciate your work, I know this is a challenging
You can get
thing.
somebody coming in, so $1,000, you're appropriate.
Two things I'll get to in a moment that changed, otherwise it's the same, it's been approved for a number of years at this point. The salary, and obviously I've not had the opportunity to be in here, so I assume you're doing what is in years past, taking that out and leaving that for the last, but I don't know. So the salary is the increase. The only other difference, the pauper attorney non-contract, I increased that $10,000, and here is why. At the time I submitted this, we had 2 pending murder trials, one of which has been resolved by agreement, but it's an open sentence that hasn't been completed, so I anticipate there's likely an appeal there.
What the heck?
Even though as private counsel at this point, understanding the circumstances of that, I wouldn't be surprised if that is not the case as it goes to an appeal. The bigger issue, the other pending murder case, each of our regular public defenders was conflicted out of the case, so we're paying hourly outside of the contract. So I just thought about putting that in there to try to plan ahead for it. That should be a one-time deal. If you need to back that out, that's something we can certainly work around, and worst comes to worst, just have to come back next year and ask for it. So, wanted to explain that, that's why I put it in. If you have questions about it, happy to talk about that.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at something and so forth, and you went to the pauper defendant, and you're putting that in for next year?
Pauper attorney non-contract. It's usually $20,000.
Yeah,
And I increased it to 30 because of those 2 issues to just try to...
but you mentioned the public defenders are all,
In the still pending murder case, each of our public defenders have a conflict with representing the individual, so I had to appoint somebody from out of county that's not within our contract and paying them an hourly rate. So,
that happen very often?
for that type of case, it's the first. I've been here 19 years, so.
So should we do it? Always the first.
Yeah, always the first.
Needed.
And I'm fine with that, I have no issue with that, that's why I threw that out there. If you need to take it out, we can work through it, or I can come back next year. It would be a one-time, wouldn't expect to come back and ask for that next year, assuming don't have similar type cases.
That word always is a mighty word, the assuming,
Yeah, you know what that does, right?
yeah, it comes back and bites you.
So, but that's why that was in there, wanted to explain it and be right up front. If you want to take that out, we can manage
Well,
around it.
why don't we just call that insurance? Yeah. And then we won't have to assume anything.
I'll leave that up to
Come
you,
back
but
all-
that's why I put that in, so.
I do just want to make sure I've got your employees' court reporter is Joni, and then assistant court reporters are Patty and Kim,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Okay.
We affected,
Then you might explain the raises to him.
we affected 2 of them or all 3 of them with our additional
All 3.
tiers? They're all over 20 or 25, where we started
I
the new one?
believe
Yes.
Joni's at 47, Patty's over 30, and Kim is nearing 30.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
they each, so Joni has $7,500 that was already added in, and the other two, $4,200 each. And then for the new tiers, Joni is $3,000 additional, and each of them is $800 additional, so.
And the raise is 2.7% on the base pay. That does not include the tiers.
Okay.
Okay, so we're just recalculating the base pay and then doing the 2.7% and then the tiers on top of that. So that's how we're making the motion right now.
Good, yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Is that gonna raise the salary numbers?
I think we put 4%.
They put 4%.
Right, but I'm talking the tiers.
No.
The tiers were included.
The tiers were included in it.
Oh, they were, all of the
Yes.
tiers. Gotcha, okay.
I
Yes.
believe so.
Yes, they were.
I
I got
helped
you.
Joanne with it.
Huh?
I helped Joanne with it.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, are there any other comments, questions? If not, I would entertain a motion with recalculated, the 2.7% raise and, the rest of it as is.
I'll make it. I'll second.
Okay, so Ron made the motion, Brent seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
I think that's it.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, you got off easy.
It's not Thursday yet.
Okay, so now, magistrate, page 30.
All the same as the salary.
Okay, so the same deal with the raises. So you decreased your budget by $40?
May just be on that JABS maintenance line item
Yes.
there. And I didn't really care what the real number is because I would use 4D money to do a big chunk of that, and probably a good chunk of that will be unused and going back into the general fund. But I just
Okay.
want to know that because our 4D percentage isn't known until the time when we make the payments.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't think there's any other changes other than getting rid of longevity and building it into the tier system.
Right.
I did have one question or issue. I did not put my deputy court reporters' names on here the way I've seen that Judge Martin did, and maybe Circuit did too, and I can start doing that if that's the preference.
Well, I just have been asking, I've been going through, so the first one would be Kayla.
Kayla's the 5+, and Kyla is the 0 to 5.
Okay, yes.
And my number, which of course was based on a different percentage than you're using, for the 0 to 5, Kyla aligns with Alyssa in Superior Court the way it should. But Kayla, as my 5 to 10 employee, is significantly lower than what Judge Martin has down for Kayla per 5 to 10 employee. And I believe he may have gotten a 1-year early windfall last year, but we'd like to see them now brought into the same, since their hire date was within a matter of weeks. They had the same job, they had the same years of experience, and I don't really understand why my staff member would continue to make less than hers. I think Heather's aware of all that and is going to try to reconcile all that, but
Okay.
What's the
That's not
difference?
reflected in this budget though, right? Because it's the same
the
amount.
difference is he got his 5 years when he wasn't really qualified for it last year.
Yeah, there were several that got theirs paid early.
I
Yeah.
believe the difference is though, since he got the tier last year at 900, that the full 4% was added to that tier this year. But it'll be removed whenever we do the 2.7%.
Yeah.
We add the 900 back, it should be the same.
Yeah, it should be.
But our numbers aren't just off by 4% of 900, they're off by over $900, so I don't know how they got that far off.
Well, that's the tier that was paid.
But you don't get it each year, you don't get 900.
Yes.
You don't get, but you don't
No.
get 1,800 your 6th year after 900 on your 5th.
Right,
So
correct.
I've added my 900 into hers, and he is still over 900 above her on the Superiors.
Oh.
I don't understand how that's possible. but-
Okay.
Gotcha.
Well, we'll look at that and see what, we'll have to look at both of the budgets and see, so.
But he's got the number high enough in there, we can...
Actually, the circuit, or Superior Court, Caleb's is a little bit more, a little bit higher, so we'll take that into account.
It's higher at the 2.7.
No, it's higher at the 4% with the $900 tier pay.
Right.
Because
but
he
he's
got his last year when he shouldn't have, so.
And that's the 44,116.
On that, is it
No, he'd
going to
be
be
the
lower than the
46.
45?
He's the 46,781.
Yes, base is 44,116.
Yes.
The base, everybody's base should be 43,216.
It should have been, yes.
I'm talking about, yeah, court reporter, court reporter, court reporter.
Yes,
Yeah, so his are correct. Superior Court is not correct.
right. So, yep,
I'll be
I'll have to get
something we
that
can
figured
straighten
out.
out Thursday afternoon
So,
and call back time,
yeah,
give us time to look at it and
yeah.
get it straightened out.
It's gonna make a difference. This is 1.3% we're taking off, gonna make a difference, because he's got this number proposed. If we
I don't know,
can
we're just
compare
gonna have to, we can do it, we can accept things the way we've been doing it today, but then we can readjust or call back for
before we
Thursday,
certify.
see what we, so we
I'm
can look at
confident
things.
that with it being on your radar and Heather's radar, it'll be brought.
Yeah,
where it's
we'll
supposed to
get
be.
it figured out, so,
I want to make
yes.
sure it's on everybody's radar.
And
Right,
it's approved as corrected base rate, so
yes,
Yeah, the base rate has to be corrected.
yeah.
I don't know that
so,
it needs to be revisited, it just needs
I
to
don't
be
know,
fixed.
but
Yeah.
we know it,
I mean,
so
we can
we'll
fix
look at it.
Thursday. Get it done, or we
So
can
has
do
the
it
guy who
now,
got
it doesn't
the-
matter to me.
Tier last year, he's been getting that all year.
Mhm.
How do we correct that?
Really can't there.
He just got a windfall, huh?
They got a windfall for a
There were
year.
several of them that did, so,
We do it for the year and next year,
I don't know how you go back and fix it. Take $900 back out of somebody's
Gotta pick it
paycheck.
up from today and move forward. You can't-
Who wants to volunteer to do
To
that?
start heading down this road.
Who wants to volunteer to tell that story?
The judge is gonna pay it,
He don't need to pay it, he just needs to tell us.
Just going back from my influence.
he started humble, he started. You have a full house come Thursday.
Thank you for bringing it up.
yeah.
We'll deliberate, I'm sure, about what to do about it.
Yeah,
Let's see what we
We can't
need to
time
do.
travel.
Yeah,
I won't bore you guys with the whole 4D expenditure issue. I know most of you have been on the council for a long time, I've heard it before, but if any of you ever want some information on how much money we are putting in the general fund, just by the fact that Judges Allen and Martin have me hear all of the child support Title 4D caseload, it's very beneficial to the county. And so when you're seeing bills to eliminate courts around here, the impact, the fiscal impact is going to really hurt. And if that becomes an issue again, and any of you want to be reacquainted with how all that works, I'm happy to sit down with you individually or however you want to do it.
okay, thank you.
I'm just
Okay.
happy we got to keep all of you.
Yes, me too. Me too.
It's not
Okay.
usually they want to pull judges away. What happened up there? And see them throwing the auditor out or that, they usually don't throw judges away.
Right. Okay, so if there are no other questions or comments, I would entertain motion with the recalculated and the 2.7% and the tier and then the rest as is.
Make that motion.
Okay, Brent, I need a second.
Second.
Second by Brian, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank
See you Thursday.
Thank you.
Okay.
Or they'll be seeing me Thursday, we don't know which. See you then, magistrate.
Soil and water.
Soil and water,
Because we did,
inbound.
so we just had one more.
What is this?
Soil and water.
Yeah, they switch.
Yeah, 45. Places. The numbers. Time.
Wasn't that a rock band from like 60s, 70s, Soil and Water? Oh, no, that was Earth, Wind, and Fire. Not Soil and Water. Earth, Wind, and Fire versus Soil and Water.
So we decided this morning that raises are at 2.7%. So hers is figured on just a base rate, so that
Good
will
job.
just be adjusted there. She's up things a little bit each place, except for internet and her extra hiring a conservation intern.
Did you have an intern last year?
I did. I've been doing a summer intern every year, well, for the last 2 years. We did last year and then this year as well. So, and that's worked out pretty well. I think that they've enjoyed it and learned a lot, so.
How long do you have your intern for the $5,000? Is it a day here, a day there, or?
Well, they can't cap over the 19 hours per week, and they usually start as soon as high school
Summer break.
ends and right before college starts again.
So you got about a 10-week period there?
Yeah.
About the same time we got like ours.
Not a lot of money. Yeah, exactly.
The insurance, I did raise that a little bit this time. We got a grant approved for a new no-till drill for the office. So to get the insurance, the new insurance on that, it raised it a little bit, not cap. And then I'm also applying for a grant this year, which I should find out in November whether or not I was approved. That's for a post driver for the facility, and then we can rent it out to landowners as well in the community.
How much equipment do you have?
Right
Just
now-
those two pieces?
Right, yeah, right now we just have the no-till drill, but hoping that we can get the post pounder, so that way we can implement more conservation practices in the county.
Yeah, we just got your newsletter here a couple weeks ago, a week or two ago, so.
And did you say a landowner can rent out the
Yes.
post pounder?
Yes. Yep. We're hoping that they can install rotational grazing fences for livestock.
Where does that rental money go?
It goes into the district, basically for other expenditures like field days, stuff like that, that we have, activities that we have going on in the county, different workshops that we do, stuff like that. It just covers those extra expenses for those.
You know, when I'm flipping, I'm looking.
I know you are, we're waiting. You realize I didn't ask
It's
for
like Joe,
any motion.
he's gonna stretch us till 3 o'clock, remember Joe? Yeah. There's not bad Joe.
No,
He does look at it once in a while.
Judge said, you know, 2 people. No, he was pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, look up, yeah, okay.
Yeah. What about the 130? Which is in there.
You like the one there?
Yeah.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, so there are no other questions or comments. I would entertain a motion as is with the raise being at 2.7%.
Come to base.
Make that motion.
Okay, Ron made the motion, I need a second.
Second.
Second by Brent, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, guys.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Have a good day.
Good for your
You
work.
too. Okay, so I guess that's it. We'll pause until tomorrow morning.
Oh,
Not
Oh,
yet.
oh, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot.
What?
We need to go over the maximum levy. It's all in your email. It was sent today.
Didn't see it today.
It was just sent to us.
Can we,
Oh, it was-
we have to go over it right now?
It needs to be done in August,
Oh, can we do it tomorrow?
if that's what you choose to do.
I want to look at the email and print it out.
Yeah, can we do
I'll
that?
just,
But it needs to be discussed in an open public meeting.
And
Okay.
then reviewed, that's what we have to do, review it.
Yes,
so,
Okay. I'll be ready to do that in the morning before we get started.
we could do that.
okay, so it's in one of these emails you sent?
Yes.
Yes.
Where you having time to send all these emails?
That's what I thought. I didn't fill my
I'm gonna keep it
phone.
out, and I'm getting emails here.
It was blank.
Is that the circuit breaker?
Circuit breaker and
Last break we were
Yeah.
on.
There's two
Is all-
different ones because the file was so large. They were sent right together within minutes of each other.
So both emails apply?
Yes,
Okay.
they will need to be reviewed.
Okay, I got them both.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so we'll reconvene here in the morning. We're not supposed to start till 8:30, but do we want to
Do the
start at
levies?
8:15 so that...
Do the levy discussion?
Yeah, do the levy discussion first before
Whatever
he
you guys
gets in
decide,
here.
I'm here at 7:30, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do it tonight and talk.
I want to go back to something just a minute ago. Did she not just say that she's renting out county equipment?
Soil and water, for that county.
I don't know if that'd be county or not.
It's under the general fund. So any money that she's using to buy equipment or so forth or
Well,
whatever,
it's grant money that bought it, maybe?
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, she said that she applied for grants to get it.
okay, and she's renting it out and taking in revenue?
That's why I asked that question.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope. You asked it, and I knew where we were going. I wanted to discuss it before it got too far out of the box.
Yeah.
Sure.
I don't know where she's getting, but I'm sure it's being held locally and being expended on the things she said. I'm not saying that it's being misappropriated, but that's one of those things where State Board of Accounts
Do
would probably say...
are they under State Board of Accounts audit? Soil and water?
I would think so.
They'd have to be.
They're off-site, so I don't know when State Board of Accounts goes to see them.
Or is that not in our,
Well, when
Closing.
they're here though, there's multiples, and I don't know when they go to the different offices.
but is that not in their closing document, what they've done or who
They
they've
might be one of
talked to?
those offices that we just, kind of like your
No.
schools and that we have to look at and oversee. I don't,
Usually the only ones they discuss is the auditor, the treasurer, and the clerk.
Yeah.
But this one's in the general fund.
We got the equipment on grant. Is that what they do?
I don't know, that's why they're applying to get this new one.
Yeah.
I think that's
But then
probably
any
what
money we bring
happened.
in should go,
that'd probably be a question to ask the State Board of Accounts, just to get a clear
should go
answer.
in
It may be we pay their salaries out of general, but I don't know if the soil and water district is actually controlled by the council or not.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, it may fall under kind of like your fire district, you know?
Yeah,
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't know, that's,
yeah,
so,
because it's actually considered soil and water.
Conservation District, Conservancy District.
yeah. Okay, so we'll
It'd be going
reconvene
private,
tomorrow at
I'm sure she hasn't
8:15.
rented out enough yet to make much money, so.
No,
Be a good idea to get a handle on it before.
beforehand.
10 years down the road, all of a sudden we owe,
There's $10,000 in there. Where'd they come from?
or better yet, it's been spent, we owe it.
you.